Yves Borckmans. Welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel Albu.
Thanks for having me.
You know, it's always fascinating to see how people capture the attention of a company they want to work for by creating tools that elevate that company's products to the next level, pun intended. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the beginning.
All right.
How did you get into programming?
I got into programming. I mean, first off, I'm kind of old. So compared to, kids today, when I was, a teen, things that were available to program were like, a TI-58, which was a calculator that just had number and a few math operations and so on. And I did program that, and it was not very fun. But then came the absolutely gorgeous HP 41C, and that one had, I don't recall exactly, like 10 different characters and like 14 segment LEDs that were able to display not only number, but letters and so on. And you could actually write a Hangman game on that if you wanted to. And it also had a hack, let's call it a hack. Some guy had discovered, so this was a very early processor, and it had some multi-byte instructions, right? And some guy called Wilkes, I remember his book's called Synthetic Programming on the HP 41C, by some guy called Wilkes. I can't recall his first name or anything like that. And he had managed, by tricks of pulling memory modules, and cracking multi-byte operation, to access and rebuild multi-byte operations that were, I'm not going to say illegal, is not the right word, that are internal, and that the machine itself would not let you type. And these let you access internal program counter registers, flags, and so on, and do a whole lot of stuff that you should not be able to do. I guess that was my first encounter to with being bad about a computer, in some way. I found that absolutely fabulous. The guys was making birds fly on the screen and so on, because it could do stuff that were not normally possible, access segments of the LEDs in ways that were not the normal characters that were authorized, and all this. And then I had a little Sharp PC 1500, which is like, a handheld computer that's about this big. And it had 8K and one single display that was about 40 characters. So I'm going to go say maybe 6 dots, 240 by 8. And that was the display, but that was dots, dots, real pixels, black and white, but real pixels. And that was programmable in BASIC. But then again, also there was a way to that you could reserve a block of memory in a BASIC array or something like that, and then you would poke stuff in there, and you could call into it as assembly, right? And so you would be able to run code there. And again, you could write things that made things fly. And even the game, I did not program that game, but I had a game that was made where you would playing something like a Mario or something. Imagine 240 by 8, and you had this 2-pixel character that was jumping as the thing scrolled and so on, and avoiding things. And also kind of a racing game horizontally, right, where you had to avoid obstacles as you were racing. And so, but was on the little handheld that came out, I don't know, I want to say 80. No. But I would have to look when that thing came out, but it was very early. So that was the first programming I did. At school, there was no programming class. There were PCs or anything like that, but there was a technology club that had this little 6809 board. So imagine it's a 6809, and then there's 6 digits glued on the board. I mean, the wire soldered on the board with a 4 for an address and 2 for the value of the byte. And then there was 4 further in memory and back in memory buttons, and then an X display you could encode data inside this memory, values inside that memory. And this lets you program, and I'm not going to say in assembly, this lets you program in machine code for the 6809 directly, which I also found fascinating. But you couldn't do that much because I think it was like 256 bytes. You could prove that you could put values in register and to add of two registers and, things like that. But I thought that was a fascinating course. And that's about all for high school times. Around the end of that, though, was the time where I got the ZX Spectrum. And that changed my life. Because the Spectrum, it's supposed to be just a basic computer, right? But it's not. It's with the right tools, you can do Z80 assembly, and you could do serious stuff. They're not like with 256 bytes that I got on the little board, right? You could really do stuff, and games were coded in assembly. And I learned there was this company called iSoft, and they made iSoft C and iSoft Pascal. And I'm talking about C and Pascal on a 48K 8-bit computer, right? It was integer only. There were no floating point in the language. So you could not define a float in C, but you could define an int, and you could write programs and so on. It add pointers and everything, just no floats. So I learned Pascal and C, and I also taught myself a program called Forth, a programming language called Forth, which is stack base. I got attracted to it because it was like the HP41C stack base, right? You would do everything in reverse Polish notation, and you do 1, 2 plus instead of 1 plus 2. And then that would pop the result from the stack, and that would be the top of your stack for the next operation, which is way more like real computers work. The PEMDAS stuff that the text does instruments and calculator have. And that also really, really opened gaming for me. Don't get me wrong. There were games. I was playing war games at the time, but no computer games. Like I remember playing Squad Leader. I played with my dad, and I played oh my God, Endline, Starship Troopers. There was a Starship Trooper war game, which was fabulous. To this day, it's my favorite war game that I'd ever play. If you play as the map's kind of bare, right? And if you play as the Arachnid player, you build your tunnels and whatever secretly. And the human player drops on the play area, but he has no idea where the targets are. And as the Arachnid, you can pop out of tunnels and harass and then run back into tunnels, just like in the movies, right? And then the goal of the human was to use sonic things to detect tunnels around and, kind of like battleship to find where the tunnels are and then attack the Highlander and so on. So that was that. And there were a few other games at the time, but nothing on computer. Games, I want to say, games that were available would be arcade games. I would say Pong, but I never was fascinated by Pong. Space Invaders, Pac-Man, Galaxians, Galaga. Gal Plus, whatever, the whole evolution of Galaga with more and more, special effects and ships next to each other on the screen. A bit later, I think. Yeah, that was, I was in high school when I played that Gyrus, which I thought was a very original concept. And the first game where it really rotated around something instead of being always like that up top of your screen. These games, I don't know how it is in the US or in Israel, but in Belgium, pretty much every cafe, there's a cafe in every corner in Belgium. And arcade machines are in cafes. Arcades as, in the US view of an arcade where you have this big building with like 100 machines that you can play at, that's not a big thing. You would go in Brussels, the capital, and yes, there is one, but other places, they don't have that. And instead, these little, neighborhood cafes, they have a couple of arcade machines maybe and a pinball. and then a pool table, and but the Spectrum very much killed that, except it was to play a game over lunch at school or something, at home. I would never go back home and then go back out and waste my money in arcade because I didn't have enough to go to that. And I would much rather buy a game for the Spectrum or something than, go pour coins in a game that would just like gobble them. But I do much later play one game in the arcade, and that was Black Tiger or Black Dragon. It's two very similar games. I think different publishers or something, but very similar. And that's because I was studying just above and I was taking my lunch breaks there. And it was pretty cheap too, because after you play, I want to say 50 games of Black Tiger, then you can put a coin and spend your lunch times. So that's my introduction to, I guess, programming and the early gaming. And then I went to university. And I was in love with programming, but I got kind of, I don't want to use, I'm going to use the word misled. I was going to use con, but that's unfair. I got misled by both my headmaster at high school, who was very interested, I want to say, in the statistics of his students going to engineering, more than my love for programming. And also my dad kind of pushed to that because I think my dad is a big academic guy, right? He entered university and then he retired from university. That kind of academic guy. And my dad sort of pushed for that to, in accordance to what my headmaster was saying. And I went there and started to do engineering. And I'll be honest, I hated it. So the whole idea was, yes, there is a part to programming. After the first 2 years of general engineering, then you have a year of where you pick electricity. Then you have a year where you pick low tension. And then in the 5th year, you get microprocessors. It's like, oh, wow, so exciting. So I'm going to see my first, thing that I can program in 5 years. And I should have done better research and I should have imposed my will, but that's not something you do as the teen when your headmaster and your dad tell you you're going to do that, right? So, and I hated it. I have courses like crystallography and chemistry and organic chemistry and all these things that I found myself immensely boring. I had never seen a course more boring than crystallography. Literally, the course was learning the structures of crystals and remembering the position of atoms in each of it. And you would be, quizzed on that, and you would be scored on your knowledge of the position of atoms in there. Where you can just open the book, flip to the right page, and you wouldn't have it. Right? There's no need to cram this sort of knowledge in your head ever. Especially since I didn't intend to touch a crystal in my life after this. So, I didn't like it. I went through, and then as first opportunity after the second year, I tried to shift to computer science. Right, and there was a way to shift on the second year because the first 2 years are very, common general knowledge at university and so on. There were some, I want to go back. There were some interesting courses like linear algebra. Although a course of linear algebra, I would never say, and this transformation matrix will be used someday to position and rotate a 3D character in a game, right? It was like linear algebra for the pleasure of doing linear algebra, I guess. But that gave me some background that is useful in the future. And then I shifted to computer science, and I kind of, gonna sound bad, I kind of managed to hate that too, because again, there are no personal computers, right? So this is all about data structures, ex cathedra, on a whiteboard. This is all about algorithms and algorithm proving. Algorithm proving is one of the driest and most boring subjects that I was ever taught. And I know no one who as a programmer had done an algorithm proof. Like I wrote this code, I'm going to prove it on paper that it works. I know no one who has done that in there. All the programmers I've known in my life. And we did have a few hours of coding on a mainframe. It was a control data mainframe. And the languages were Fortran, which is not a fun language, but at least it's a programming language, and CDC assembly. And mainframe assembly is, I want to say, compared to like the 6809, it's extremely high level, right? You're thinking it's not a microprocessor, it's a mainframe. You get like 64 registers or 80 bits or something like that, right? It's not that you have to constantly shift your data between register A and register B. No. You have a lot of registers that you can use and a lot of operation, long operation, floating point operation. Although it was not, I don't think it was a floating point. It was more like, what's the other one? I don't find the word right now. Not the floating point, the thing that lets you do correct math, right, for floating point stuff. I cannot come back with the name because I never use these that you use in accounting, right? That will guarantee proper results, no rounding errors and all that. But anyway, it was that. I'll figure out the word and I'll send you the note. So that was not horrible, but it was very limited. I want to say if I had an hour and a half on the mainframe per week, that would be a lot. So still, I mean, now I'm stuck there for 2 years, doing a year or an hour and a half of programming per week. This is still not what I want to do. And then after that, I read about this other thing that was more business oriented, but they were promising to learn a lot of computer languages and that you would have a lot more time on the mainframe. Still no personal computers at that time. I mean, don't get me wrong, you could pay to the nose to buy 8086 or maybe a 286 if you had really a lot of money with a whole like 1 megabyte of storage or something. But it's also something that my dad and I don't want to do. There's like rumors about the 386 going, and when we're going to buy our PC at home, our first PC, it's going to be a 386. So I've been kind of delayed. So I side shift to that thing that's more business oriented. And there I learned COBOL, PL1, which is, for people who don't know, PL1, very much the ancestor to C, I want to say, in spirit anyway, if not in syntax or anything like that. And then IBM 4381, because that's the school's mainframe, IBM 4381 assembly. And again, things are very limited. You get like miser hours on a mainframe. I mean, it's not even hours. We cannot count that as hours. There, they were literally counting your submissions, meaning the number of times you can press go with your program on the mainframe, right? And like, there would be something like this. Okay, so here is your problem, students, right? This is this ISOM tape with like a list of stock, their current values and their optimal values. And this is this other ISOM tape with a list of transactions. We want the output of your program to be the list of stocks that need to be replenished after the transactions have gone through. And you get like 6 runs on the mainframe to get this program running, right? And so you hope after the first 2 runs that you have taken out all the typos, and things like that. And then you have to run this sort of program that does record access on tapes and all that, and that you get it to finally run in the last steps you have. It teaches you something, because today I click run 50 times when I coach on a day. I stop more, right? But it taught you something, I guess, there about trying to make your program correct the first time. But still, it was not really fun. And then the rest of the course is like, again, poured me to that. Sorry, I'm kind of repeating myself, but it was like, accounting and company management and all these things did not really excite me. So, but I got a bunch of papers from all of these things, right? And I have enough papers to find jobs or whatever. But at that time, I want to go. I don't want to go into too many details about this, but like since you might have been similar for you. Like every Belgian male, I have to do a year of military service. This now disappeared, but at the time it was a NATO requirement that every Belgian male had to do a year of military service. And normally you do this the year after you turn 18. So you finish your school year when you're 18. And then when you turn 18, on January 1st, you have to report for a year of military service, the year after you turn 18. But if you are doing superior studies, then it gets delayed until the end of that. All right, so I went to do my military service, and the first 3 months were, crawl in the mud and I just learn to say yes, sir, and walk in the right way on the parade ground and all these things. But the last 9 months, after the basic training was done, they assigned me to what was called the mobilization depot. And that was pretty close to home, like literally 15 minutes away from home, and literally 5 minutes out of my mom's way to work. So it was pretty convenient. And we were allowed to, you could stay there, but no one wanted to do that. Or you could go back home at night, right? So there was only one night per month we had to stay there and like be the guard. So that was a rotating thing. Like you would, 3 of the people there plus some career guy were the guard, and we had to patrol the grounds and so on. So to get back on the mobilization depot, that thing was like had all the equipment for a division. 6,000 people. So in this, it was a military base, and it was, surrounded by barbed wires and whatever. And inside were warehouses and quarters and so on, with all the equipment for 6,000 people. That included clothing, boots, meals ready to eat for many days for these 6,000 people, and the motor pool to support all these people and move them around, and jeeps for the officers and whatever. And then included all the weapons for these people. That I got lucky there. I'm not a guy who loves weapons, but I love to shoot guns. I don't like to shoot at living things, but I don't mind guns. And I got assigned to the armory, which was, a stroke of luck. Sorry. And so my job there was, so we had guns for 6,000 people, which pretty much meant, I'm going to say, almost 6,000 rifles. And Belgium actually has a gun factory, what is called Fabrique Nationale, and they produce guns like the Browning 9mm and all that. But so we had these guns where they were made to be stored long term, right? But you cannot just store the gun for 10 years. So our job was to go on the Monday morning, I'm going to say, and we went to pick up this huge cardboard tube that was, like this and tall as me. It was thick cardboard, tarred, and then so we would open that thing, and in there were 6 rifles wrapped in butcher papers. I don't know exactly the word, and like filled with oil and so on for preservation, and 1 handgun for an officer or a corporal. And then our job was to clean these things, verify that all the serial numbers inside all the guns matched, and then we would gather 4 tubes like this, 24 weapons. And then once every 2 weeks, we would go to the shooting range. And we would shoot all of these weapons. And that was the fun part. So every 2 weeks, there was a fun part of a few hours where we'd go to the shooting range and shoot all these weapons and adjust the sights. And then we would go back. And then our next day would be cleaning all these 24 weapons, like oiling them, wrapping them in paper, putting them in a fresh cardboard tube, and sealing the tube and tarring them. If there's something Kafka about this, right? And then the tube would be put on the other end of the stack, and then it would forever. And people doing the year of military service, like the year after me, would probably be taking, 20 tubes down the road until you do the same operation forever. And all this to say, I thought it was a funny 9 months. I made it sound terrible, but we had a lot of free time, and got a chance. And the corporal who was there with me, the actual armor was, higher in rank. But the corporal who was there with me doing the grunt work was just as lazy as me about doing this work. And we had plenty of time to play badminton in the warehouse and, read books and whatever. So it was not as terrible as it sounded, but we had to be there. The nines, though, because they were free, that was the time where I picked like a night course in the town. And a lot of the topics were pretty basic stuff that I already knew, but there were a couple of courses that were interesting. And I tried to scratch my head and think about which two courses were really interesting enough to make me take the full thing, but I could not remember exactly what it was. But the nice thing is, you had to give your resume and at the instructor at the beginning, and he saw my resume, and he saw the resume of another guy who was in a very similar situation, also came out of university with knowledge of like at least 5 programming languages. And he says, I don't want you guys to go to the basic course and literally learning basic. But I have a proposition for you. And if you want to do this, I'll give you the highest mark on all the basic course, and you're going to do something for me. And I said, sure, I really don't want to sit down like every twice per week, 4 hours and learn basic. And I mean, it was not in bad proposition or something. He really had something for us to do that. And so it turns out the guy was also kind of the IT person for the town. And so he led us to this room that was a locked room in one of the government buildings. And in there were a bunch of big boxes and like a meter of big, thick paper books, like wrapped in cellophane. And it says, this is a Unix system that the town has bought for the library and no one knows how to use it. And it says, make this work and you guys get the highest possible mark on this night course. And we could still follow the 2 parts that were interesting. And obviously both of us, the other guy in my situation and myself, we accepted that because it sounded way more interesting than learning basic for the first time. And so we went to town, like literally took a cutter and packed the boxes and the manuals and read all that. And it took like multiple nights before we even had the thing to turn on and display something interesting. And we were reading through the manuals and teaching ourselves the shell. It was an HP machine, but I don't recall details. Teaching ourselves shell and O2 over the year, we had that thing running. We could compile C code, access the file system. So that's pretty much all we needed. And then he got us to talk to the town librarians. And then we learned about all other stuff that we were like catalography and ISBNs and they want to record authors and they want to search by author in this way, that way, the multiple other books and all these details about running a library and how they store their customers, the people who want to borrow books, and how they want reports of the books that are late, and all these things, right? And so we spent the rest of that year making that work. And at the end of the year, we delivered that, and it became the town's library system. And 4 years later, I don't know after, because after that, I'm going to leave, but 4 years later, it was the town library system. So up to now, after all this time at university and whatever, I end up at that during my military service and, night course, and I get that, and it's the most interesting I've ever done in my life. It's kind of sad, isn't it, right? But I guess there's another anecdote about this guy. Independently of being a Lithuanian council and doing IT and so on, this guy was also a programmer as his normal day job, right? And he was writing an accounting software, and he hired me to write not accounting, but a generic part of the accounting software, like to do entry screens and so on, because I knew Turbo Pascal. So that's like a generic system where it could data drive an entry screen, like defining the fields and all you tab, what the tab order is between the fields, what can be in the field, with what type of data, with which kind of mask, or which choices to pick from. And if you're on that field, the helpline at the bottom was all text here. The helpline at the bottom should display this help information for the field the user is on, and so on. And I delivered that, and that was used in the actual accounting, and it paid me for that. And it's not interesting per se. What's interesting is the first time I got paid for writing code.
One thing you forgot to mention is the fact that when you were about 12, you programmed your first game, math word game. On
the Texas Instrument machine? The calculator?
On the TI-58 and the...
Yes, but it was all numbers, so it wasn't very funny. It was just like, showing you numbers and asking you to find what it meant or something like that. Or use the machine, the thing reversed to display letters. Or you can write words if you look at the display reversed. And I honestly don't remember. But yes, where did you find that information? I'm curious about secret sources.
You'll never know. I don't reveal my sources.
Did you talk to my dad secretly?
So that's the interesting part, because eventually you'll get to game development, but in the meantime, you worked on other things. And so it was interesting to see what your first experience with game development was. So in 1991, you started working at a computer consultant company as an Oracle database administrator and programmer.
Yes.
What can you share about your time there?
Okay, so that there was actually a tiny thing in between. After my military service, one of my friends I was playing D&D with, he was working at Sibagagi, which is a big pharmaceutical. It was a big pharmaceutical company, I want to say, like real big pharma. And they were bought by BASF. That's what I'm saying. It was. They still exist, but they were bought by BASF. And he says, we actually have an opportunity for a COBOL programmer. And despite having the papers from superior schools, I had nothing like a real experience on my resume. So I said, sure, I really want to do it. So next company after that, I can go and have a line on my resume that says I actually work here. Right? And so that was the only thing I want to say about this. Is was converting COBOL accounting programs from IBM 4381. And I was just out of that at that school prior to military service. Exactly that, COBOL on IBM 4381 to COBOL on AS400. And I guess one interesting thing was to learn about the AS400 because I had never seen one, but I never used the AS400 after that the rest of my life. Though it was, except for being a line on my resume, which today I don't even put on my resume anymore. That was, my time there. But it was my first work experience. It wasn't really fun. The next thing, though, the one you mentioned, was a company called AB Computer. And I applied there because I knew they had a sister company called APSI, whatever, and also called AdTech for Advanced Technology. That's the department inside of the other one. You can tell, actually, an interesting anecdote. The main company is called AB Computer, and the service company is called APSI. And then the department I will work on is called AdTech. And the reason for that is people at the time would find their consultants using the phone book. So being an A company is
just like Apple and Atari.
Exactly.
Same thing.
So I went to apply, and AB Computers is a company like you would imagine, like an Apple store today. It has, a front, and people can go in and buy computers. And so we were, and I say we loosely because I was in the programming part, but we were selling Sun Microsystem. We were selling Novell, and we were selling AST PCs. I don't think AST still exists. It was a pretty big brand at the time, AST, Gateway, and all these computer companies that are not still exist today. And so I went there and I immediately told the guy, I'm not interested in standing in a suit behind the desk to try to sell a PC to someone. I want to go program with your development company. And I quickly interviewed and I showed my resume to the boss there. He says, like, yeah, okay, sure. Let's go for it. And I started there. And what to say? So I learned a lot. Okay, of everything I've done so far, except maybe the library. This was the most interesting thing I got to do so far, because we sold both Suns and Novell Network. I learned a lot about networking, right? Because Sun was strongly TCP/IP, and Novell was 100% IPX/SPX. It was their protocol. Also, PCs at the time were very limited by the 640K barrier. And the protocol, TCP/IP, not even to mention the additional 90K of PC-NFS, but TCP/IP stack and the IPX/SPX stacks, so it is too hard to say for me, IPX/SPX stack, we're gobbling a whole lot of RAM, like 250K out of your 640K that you had. And you didn't even have 640K because there were drivers that were there. And if you had 450, you were lucky. So one skill at a time was to move drivers into extended memory. Expanded memory from the 640 to 1 meg. And this was, an artistic skill because you had to find like the gaps in there and like slot the things at the right place to try to make the most of the holes into which you could move your drivers up. And then all the fun was taken out when Quarterdeck came out with his Quarterdeck Expanded Memory Manager tool, QEM. I know it as QEM in my mind. That would just automate that and run all possible permutation to give you the perfect solution, and there was no more skill needed for it. But it was interesting at the time, and obviously I learned a lot about the Sun, and I had the basic of Unix, and now I got to learn Solarix and Sun OS and SunView and XWindows, all these things around the, in the Unix world, there be the actual operating system or the visual environment around them, right? First time also that I think I moved the mouse on something that was good looking. Actually, that's not entirely true because I had an Amiga by that time. So Amiga DOS was beautiful and you could move a mouse. So I'll take that back, but it was not the resolution that I had on my Star workstation. And yeah, so because we were, I guess I forgot to sell that. We sold that hardware and we also sold Oracle. So the whole point of that company that had a few developers, really few, I mean, I'm talking 3. I was the third. and a few commercial people who were trying to sell all that, was to sell Oracle solutions that would run on NetWare, Sun OS, a Sun microsystem machine, and in any case, and or an AST machine as client around there to sell to that company. And because we sold Oracle, I got lucky. I'm gonna say, I think honestly, I could say I got lucky to be sent to literally for free to all the Oracle 6 and Oracle 7 courses, including the actual database administration, all the DBA tables, explanations, and PL/SQL, learning PL/SQL, which is their, if you never use PL/SQL, is their kind of like SQL Server today as T-SQL. It's like their SQL plus a programming language, so you can do loops around SQL and queries and things like that. And also, what was the the sad, horrible environment called SQL forms and SQL menus, which was, text-oriented interfaces, and the beautiful thing that was the case tools. And that's the first time I got to see the beautiful Sun UI actually put to something really useful, which was design databases the visual way, like you would expect today. When you go to design, a database in Visual Studio today, you have boxes and relations are arrows and so on, and that was the beginning of that. That was Oracle case tools. So I got to learn all of that, and then it was really interesting. First off, the guy who was with me in the basement. Let me rephrase that. The main company had, as I said, a storefront for people, but this arm was like what we call in French une maison de maître, which is an older house that had like multiple stories, but was basically a nice house for a semi-rich family where that's like 3 stories high because it doesn't have a very large footprint, right? And the floor level was like that with the street. That was a slope. And we on the tech department were just at the limit. So when I say we're in the basement, we're off in the basement. The basement is kind of a diagonal with the street like that. We do have some lights, so it was not totally torture. And so the guy I was with there was extremely knowledgeable in Unix and Oracle. And I learned so much from that guy, whose name was Peter Leupton. It was great. And so anyway, after I got all that training, then my boss started sending me to potential clients. And I would go there, talk to the people, try to get them to explain to me their environment and all we could, then I would come back with a good explanation of that. And I would sit down with my boss and that Peter guy, and I would say, what kind of solution can we propose to this guy? And then we would get sort of approval for that. And we would price it with some commercial person. And then I would go back with my boss this time to see the guy, and they would talk money and whatever. And then if they accepted, then we would start developing all of that, deliver the machines, everything set up, and we would work in our semi-basement to do all the setups. So it would be turnkey, and we would be delivering stuff to that client after it pays through the nose to, full systems that are there working. The client machines are set up, and, there's no mystery configuration that you have to do when they get their machine out of the box and all that. So that was like, value added, and you pay the price for it. But when you get the thing, it's ready. And then I did that for a few clients, and then I found my boss assigned me to go visit the one that would become the white whale. Not the white whale, that's not the whale. Let's just stick it with the whale. And that guy was the head of IT at a company called Wagonly Travel. And Wagonly, which later was bought by Carlson and became Carlson Wagonly Travel, is at the time, just Wagonly was the biggest travel agency in Europe. So that was a large, score for us. And they have hundreds of separate agencies. And so we designed for them a database, and I spent most of the rest of my time at that company just pretty much with that client at 80% of my time, if not more. And they had hundreds of sub-travel agencies, like real travel agencies that normal people would walk in and say, I want to buy a vacation to Hawaii, right? And then we would get from all of these hundreds of agencies, not statistics, like real ticket sales. It's not just plane tickets, it's plane tickets, train tickets, boat rides, whatever. And I learned more than I probably need to know about IATA and travel jargon and tickets and segments, and all things are recorded and all ticket numbers are encoded and, and so on. But these hundreds of guys basically returned to us passenger information and tickets bought in a variety of forms. And I mean, there was no utility at all. Everything went. We received data on diskettes. We received data on exabyte tapes. We received data on mainframe tape in EBCDIC, and like a whole variety. And I was in charge of creating the Oracle database and all the ingest of all of that, uniformize everything, convert the things that were in EBCDIC or in other languages or with characters that we didn't have. And but we could just not like take some E with a weird accent from Hungary or whatever and just change it to an E. This was an actual person's name. We could just, murder his name. So we had this database and everything got aggregated, and I made reports from them, on all series of criteria and so on. So that's pretty much what I did until the end there. There's two things in there that were really important though, but yeah, you were going to ask a question.
Yeah, you mentioned in the past that early in your programming career, you cracked software just for the fun of it.
I actually totally skipped over that. Yeah.
Did this mindset help you in any way when working with, proprietary database systems?
First, I want to touch on that. Some games were extremely boring but fun to crack. And I have actually cracked some games that I never played afterward because they were not fun. And then just like Quem took the fun out of finding the best way of putting things in expanded memory, the multi-phase one, which was a tool for this. I guess it's an interesting anecdote too. So the ZX Spectrum exposes its bus at the end, at the back of the machine. And that was made to plug the Sinclair printer, right? But these guys, I cannot recall the name of the company, but they produced this product that was called Multi-Phase One. And this was a box about this big, like a big pack of cards, right? With the female version of the bus at the bottom and a big red button on the top, right? So you would plug that in, and inside this box was I don't want to go into too many details. The memory map of the Spectrum starts with like 16K of ROM. And then whether you have a 16K Spectrum or a 48K Spectrum, the rest is RAM to fill the 64K that you can address on a Z80. And so inside that multi-phase, they shipped 8K of ROM and 8K of RAM. And that big red button would trigger a non-maskable interrupt, and they would start running their own stuff that, it would map their own ROM and RAM over the bottom 16K that were the ROM of the Spectrum, and it would start running that. And inside their 8K of ROM, they had tools to disassemble, to inspect memory, and you click that button once the game is running, right? So the game has loaded, you pass copy protections and whatever, and one of the functionalities just save this memory map and all the information, and then that's it. No game could ever resist being cracked. You would just press that button and that was it. Later on, game companies started making checks on copy protection much later inside the game just to avoid this kind of stuff, right? Suddenly you would play 2 hours into this game and boom, it would ask you to find the code on your wheel or whatever it was, crazy system that they invented to code. And I guess a mini anecdote about this anecdote, inside there was also a great tool that you would say you were playing this arcade game on the Spectrum and you had 3 lives. It would say, run into this tool, and it would in the 8K of RAM that it contained, it would store the addresses of all the bytes that were 3 right now in memory. And then you would switch back to the game, you would go die, and you would do the same for all that were 2s. And you were trying to find the one that was, a 3 before, but now after you died is now a 2. And it was a very strong chance that this thing was the current life counter. So that's how you would be able to easily guess how to make trainers and cracks and whatever. And again, kind of reaction to the game developer. For a while after that, they started storing your life counter as bits, and shifting is the decrement thing. So your lives would be like, using a right shift, and you were fully dead when the last bit fell off and the whole thing became 0. So that was a reaction to this sort of tool. Okay, so what was I saying? Backtracking this, the multi-phase one, cracking, stopped being fun. Because tools like that were available. I was really interested in the cracked games, cracked by someone else, not talking about doing it myself, because that was really the start of the demo scene, right? All these guys who were cracking them, they had introductions on their cracked game with greetings to other cracking teams, and increasingly that became with like spinning things and colored things and plasmas
and skulls and neon skulls.
Exactly. And so that was the start of the demo scene, and it was interesting to see how some of these things were made also. And similarly on the Amiga, the crackers were also doing demos. To this day, now they're still doing demo scene, demos for the Amiga. But what you could do on an Amiga obviously was way, way better graphically than what you could do on a Spectrum, right? But so that was it. It was more like a puzzle game where you would, put your brain against the way it was protected. And ultimately, any copy protection in the world, the test that says the copy protections failed, you can NOP it. Unless you have multiple of these and they are run at very different times and you have to find it every time. I've seen games that were checking their copy protection 127 times at different places in the code, installing different conditions and all that. And it's just a 127 times hassle. It's not impossible to crack, but it's not like I spent my entire life trying to crack games either. It was just a fun challenge. The Amiga was
they would also check the integrity of the file system on the floppy disk to make sure that it's the original floppy disk and not a copy.
Yeah, well, the Spectrum was tapes, right? So that was also, there was a native copy protection in that copying a cassette tape deteriorates it. Right. So it's just the way it is, right? There's no other way. And it would just self-deteriorate because if you run your tape 200 times, maybe it would not fail, right? But yes, they were testing that. And then they started using what they call hyperloaders or something like that, where they were trying to put stuff on the tape at a bit rate that was much higher than the thing the Spectrum was intended. Like normally, I think it's like 1500 bits per second on the bytes or bits, I don't recall, on the tape per second. And they were doing like double or triple that and so on. And you would hear it when you loaded the Spectrum program. You would know like, but then these would go like, and so on. You could hear the difference if the thing was hyperloaded on the cassette tape. Yes. And then just like games on disk, they were burning holes on games on disk, right, to damage some disk sectors, which when you make a copy, the matching sector typically is not damaged. And they were doing the same with making sections of the tape that were invalid or whatever, but that their program was, trying to skip and all these things. So yeah,
but then they started using copy protection that's based on how much it would cost to recreate that copy protection. So, for example, Lucasfilm Games would have the copy protection printed in the manual on a page that's with a red color. And since color copying was pretty expensive, it would be cheaper for you to just buy the game. But then color copying became pretty accessible. So they switched to, to CD games. And when it came to CD-ROM, having a CD burner back in 93, 94 would be pretty expensive. So it would be cheaper for you to just buy the game. But then CD burners became accessible. So then they had to switch it up again.
Yeah, definitely. It's a constant escalation war. I remember that, that would be going way, way, way ahead of myself here, but that's one, I'll just say it anyway. I had one programmers meeting at LucasArts. We had programmers meeting with programmers across teams. There was a discussion about what could be done, and there were like pretty nasty things that were says like that we could do to the guy's machine when we did. But management would never let that pass, right? On the Apple II, you could literally crash the disk drive head in the disk. And on PC, you could do pretty nasty things too. You can change graphic modes like 1,000 times per second, and that's not good for graphic cards. So they are, if you wanted to really have a war that escalates, Paris would probably not win. But I'm going to close that aside. This never happened. We never discussed that. So
now, around the same time you were working as a database administrator, the rise of early first-person shooter games was happening in the background. Was there a moment during that period where you realized you wanted to move from database systems to either game development again after your experience at age 12, or get into the game development that's, FPS-based game development?
Yes, definitely. And that moment was the Doom shareware disc on a cover of a magazine. That's how I got the Doom shareware. I don't know how it got distributed in every country, and so that's how I got it. And that's how I got the Dark Forces demo also. We'll talk about that in one sec, I guess. But so I got the Doom shareware, and I played Doom the weekend I got that, and I was in love with Doom. To this day, Doom is still, I think, one game that's like, it's very near the top, if not the top, of the games that change history, right? And funny anecdote. So I played Doom, the shareware, and I finished the shareware episode that weekend. And I was dabbling in the menus because something I had no clue that could possibly even conceivably exist. I saw that there is a way to play this in multiplayer. So I brought that CD and to my tech department at that company on the next Monday. And because we're also a network shop, we decided to pick IPX SPX for the networking. And we start playing Doom with my colleague there. And then after half an hour, we had two of the commercials knocking on our door saying, "We cannot work. What's happening?" And it turned out that version of the Doom shareware, just in IPX SPX, had a bug that was totally flooding the network segment that it was running on. So we were preventing file system services and printing services for the commercials from happening because we were flooding the network playing Doom. And we did not stop playing Doom. We switched to TCP/IP. So that was Doom, and it went further than that, because very, very soon after that, the first tools for Doom came out, and DU, DoomEd, and so on. And I started to dabble into making Doom levels and so on. And yes, it was something that was really in love with. And a bit later on, LAN parties, whether it's Doom or later, Doom 2 or Duke Nukem or whatever, will become a thing with my friends. We're not talking about internet gaming yet, but where we used to play Dungeons and Dragons or Paranoia or any number of PMP games, and we would just meet at one of us house, and we would, turn around and whatever, and go from house to house for our gaming sessions on the Sunday. But we now took in our cars or PC in case someone couldn't.
And the CRT screens as well?
Yes, it's fine. And in case one of our, D&D party members couldn't make it, we would not just decide not to play that day. And we would hook up all our PCs around the table, and instead of playing D&D, we would just deathmatch and kill each other. Before Doom existed, we used Car Wars for that. So when someone could not make it, we would just like build a car and play Car Wars for 4 hours instead of playing D&D. So yeah, that's going to become a staple of our life, and we'll definitely have Doom parties constant.
And when did you first hear that they were making a Star Wars first-person shooter?
I never actually heard it. So remember the state, right? We are in a world where the internet, the web, not the internet, the web is a few gray pages with blue links. Some, adventurous people have a 64 by 64 image somewhere on there. And some very adventurous have a purple spinner horizontal line. And mostly in academia or military sites or things like that, there's definitely nothing gaming to be found there. There will be a lot, obviously, in the future, but right now there is nothing. Gaming news and something are from news groups. You can go but the news groups are not established, right? There is no out.lucasartsgames. Whatever. At the time, there are nothing like that. Oh, nothing that I knew anyway. So same as Doom, I was browsing gaming magazines at a bookstore, and I found this one. So that's my first, thing to look at, I guess.
So this is the playable demo that came out in late 1994? When was it released in that magazine?
Okay, hold on. I have a cheat sheet with dates.
Okay.
I have on my cheat sheet. I don't know more than you because I said around end of 94. So there you go. Around end of 94, this was, and it was also on the cover of magazine. I kept these CDs because this CD changed my life, like literally. There's not many CDs that changed my life, but this one did. So
the playable demo came out in late 1994, but when
yes.
was it? When did they publish it in Belgium?
About then. I want to say about then. This is, I'm pretty sure this magazine, whatever it is, I have no idea what this magazine is. I don't remember the name of this magazine in any way. The only thing I knew is that I found the gaming magazine, and in the cover, there was a demo of a Star Wars game. So I just bought the magazine. So I don't know. I don't know what CD player magazine is. I never heard of it afterwards, and I didn't keep the magazine, just the player. So actually, maybe interesting out of curiosity. Tell me what it's focused, because I have a hard time.
We've got Raptor, Star Trek.
Yes.
Is that they wrote Star Trek with a typo.
Yes, it's a Type 1 Star Trek. This is all the other demos on this same CD.
Lemmings 3, Hocus Pocus.
It gives you an idea of the time, maybe.
Doom Shareware. So Under a Killing Moon is from 1994, but Dark Forces, the demo, is from late 1994. Woodruff is from 1995. So it's a very eclectic collection of games.
Yeah. So that's that, CD that changed my life, and I got back home and I played that. And there is a single level in there, which is the first level of the actual game later. Very, very much exactly the same. There might have been some slight demo changes, but I would not do them right now. And it contains that one level. And I played it 5 times in a row, I think, trying to find secrets on my second run because I was pretty sure I missed some stuff. And all that. And then I played it 4 or 5 times, I'm going to say. And then I stopped playing and I copied the thing. Maybe I was already copying it on my hard drive. I don't know. But I copied the thing on my hard drive. And then I launched my X editor and I went to look at what's there. Because I wanted to see if there was anything interesting in there, anything that could maybe be modified. And I was, doing Doom mods, right, at the time, right, making levels for Doom. So I know it was possible to mod Doom. So maybe it was possible to do stuff with this too.
So what specific features in the demo sparked the idea to create a level editor for it?
I want to say it goes the other way, right? First, I fired up my X editor and I looked at it, and it was not like totally incomprehensible data like a BSP. Everything, I mean, a lot of stuff was readable, which was, gave a sense of hope that there would be something that's possible. But I didn't think about make an editor before I looked at it in an X editor. And then I started looking at the headers and so on, and I knew the structure of a WOT file and the GOB file that this was packaged in. I mean, if you know what a WOT file is and you think, okay, these are also brilliant game developers, I'm pretty sure they're going to come up with a system where there's some sort of directory that lists the files and their size. And, so once you start with this and being able to see in the X editor names that are pretty obviously file names, especially when they contain extensions, you would say, okay, so after this file name, maybe it's before, but let's think it's after. Maybe there would be a integer value there. Oh, and that kind of is a sensible value for the font size. Then I wrote a tool to extract everything from it. And then at that point, you have all the files separate. And then some of them were text, some of them were binary. And then the text files, you open them in a text editor and you pretty much understand very easily. And the binary one, well, you start the operation again. You go into your X editor and you try to make sense of this file. But it's now making sense of a file that's 50K, not making sense of a file that's a meg and has pointers to directories and whatever other stuff. So many of these files, like the object file, for instance, was in clear text, and you could clearly see objects and where X and Y positions and things like that. So that's the first thing I dabbled with. But of course, I had to first write a tool to do the opposite, make the change to the file, and then make a tool to repack everything. And I was not even sure that would work because I did not necessarily understand every byte in there. So maybe there was a checksum. I don't know. I didn't know. So I modified it and it just ran. And some stormtrooper guy got moved 1 meter. I said, it's working.
Wait, so the text files weren't obfuscated in any way? It was just a text file, and there was nothing in the binary files to check whether the text files are the original ones?
Correct. Except I want to put one caveat on that. Compared to the actual game, the file that contains the geometry was, instead of being text, was in binary. And I'm not sure, I don't really think they were trying to obfuscate. I think they were trying to save size on their demo size. And so, but it was literally field by field, the same as the text file. It's just the binary for a float value is so much more compact. Acting the float value with the decimals and all that, right? So, yeah, no, there was no checksum. That totally floored me that there was no checksum. I was so happy because I wrote this regobber tool and I ran that and my stormtrooper was 1 meter to the whatever. Probably I thought it would be north, but it was, west or something because I didn't know the coordinate system very well. And he moved. And I said, okay, so now we can change things in there. The geometry, however, that was a little bit of deciphering because it's a pretty complex file that describes, sectors and walls and vertices at the end of each wall and textures, multiple textures per wall and all that. But changing the textures was easy because they were just there as text, or you would just put the text of another texture or that and make sure you terminated the string well, and that texture was changed in the game. But there's only so many times you want to do that, right? Manually X editing the thing and so on. So that's where I got the idea. I didn't want to do too much at first, but I wanted to write a little program that would display all the vertices and then draw lines in between for the walls. And then my only goal at that point was to try and drag the vertices around a little bit and display the objects and move those around because that was very easy. The objects, they were in that text file, right? And I got that working, and then a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more until I said, no, okay, I think enough to start thinking about taking all these little pieces that I have and making a tool. And I made my very first level, which was just a square room with some player start. And I picked up the phone and I called my friend Serge de Breuer, this guy I was playing and mastering Dungeons and Dragons with, and so on. And he was also making room levels and so on. And I said, I have this. Do you want to take a look at it? And so on. And then we started, collaborating on. We were talking about what level to make, and designing kind of layouts and ideas and all that. And Serge, background-wise, he was at the time a director on Belgian TV. So he is a very cinematic and, story person and so on. So he did most of the visuals of the level and so on. But we wanted to try features and we didn't have access to everything. I mean, we just had the one demo level. There was nothing else. And the only resources we had was the one demo level. And I think we ultimately, when we made that first level that we made called Sec-Base Revisited, it's only game assets. However, later on, I'm getting way ahead of myself, but later on when they're going to release the real game, I think we did a pass to see if there was any asset in the real game that we would like to include in our test level. But weren't too keen on going back and changing something that was polished. So at that point, I have this editor that is able basically to move objects around and move vertices around. And then comes what's actually the hard work. Now, we need to be able to split the walls and do the math to split the walls and keep the textures aligned, copy the texture on the new wall, shifted in the right way so it looks great, when the wall gets shifted, and add tools to extrude parts so you could progress in the level and make the next room. So the way you would make levels in Dark Forces, we say you start with a square room, you would basically split the top wall in two, and then this middle thing, you would extrude it, which would make a little sector further up, right? And that would become your door maybe. And then you would extrude this one into another one, and that would be your next room. So you would keep carving through the world to solid space. That's why it's called negative space, right? And so making all these tools, and then tools so that after you've messed up with your level and it looks horrendous because all your textures are misaligned, things that say, hey, I want to select these 7 walls and now take the position of the texture on the first wall and repeat it properly across all the others, shifting according to the length of the wall, shifting the offset and so on. So the texture look like it's been, it's a real material that constitute these walls. And then we kept doing that. And in parallel, we were going through the coding language, INF, that was used in the demo and trying to understand. Because Doom has a whole ton of line depths actions that you could do. Oh, you cross this line and something might happen. But here it was more like a real programming language with elevators and stops, and you would send messages between sectors so things happen from one to the other. And it was much harder than Doom editing, really. And that kept happening for a few weeks, I want to say, until we thought Sec-Base was pretty good. Oh, also something we tried to understand some of the flags. They were mysterious flags on walls, on sectors. So we experimented with those, like, changing flags randomly and going into the level into the actual game to see this area. What has changed? And we tried for quite a bit of time to understand some flags that I later on learned that they were just internal engine flags at runtime. So nothing that we would put there on the while spitting out the level would matter because the engine would just override that at runtime. And then we had that level and we had this sort of proto editor, and we spent a few more weeks polishing the level, and I spent time polishing, adding all these little features. You have to imagine the fun part was that this is DOS, right? So I have this editor, and my editor called the part of my editor that edits the map It's called LEV map now. It was called LVB map at the time, I think, because there was binary version. It's called LEV map. Takes 200K of RAM to run the tool. And then the content of the level gets added to that and takes, say, another 100K or 200K, just the definition of the geometry and the objects and so on. Not actual textures or object structure or anything like that, but the placement of all of that. So I'm now gobbling 300K of RAM, and I'm trying to launch Dark Forces. Dark Forces, they'll tell me, you don't have enough memory. So how do I test my level now without having to nuke everything that I'm doing in the editor? So originally we were working with we were closing the editor, regobbing, saving, regobbing, closing the editor entirely. And then we would test it in the game. And then after the test, we would kill the game, reopen the editor, reload the map, and so on. So that was pretty tedious. And so I called the DFUSE, the actual named editor was just this tiny little menu. And when I say tiny, I mean tiny. In tiny memory model, do you remember what tiny memory model was at the time? Where I think address space and all that is limited to 64K and whatever. But I didn't need that because that entire thing ran in the 5K or something. And so I had options there to launch the game, to launch the editor. So I didn't have to do all this tedious work of doing all that manually every time.
And
so
you wrote DFUSE in Borland C with BGI. And you mentioned in the past that you needed to program functions to draw boxes and build menus.
Absolutely.
Was there a specific programming challenge that felt particularly rewarding to overcome given these limitations?
I had no clue about IRQ requests, and there was no mouse handling. You had to stuff values into register and call an IRQ to get the position of the mouse cursor. So that's something that I learned there. Everything was like that. I had to do an IRQ request to put a beep out when there was an error. Ball and stuff. Basically, let's add the BGI adds stuff like get pixel, set pixel, draw line, draw a rectangle, fill. That was about it. Actually, let me show you.
Yeah, I have this.
Oh, you have this? Okay, so the only thing I have that's remaining of DFUSE is this for me, right? I cannot run this whole thing. I don't want to go to the hassle of getting an environment ready that would run a tiny model application today. There's very little interest in that. The next version for Windows will supersede absolutely every functionality. But as you can see, this was looking very much like a CAD program, right? And these were like the vertex mode. And let me go to the next page because this is what I wanted to say more interesting. This is one example of what I'm saying, that you had to manage menus and so on. So I'm drawing everything with rectangles and then fill in blue. And then over that, I draw text and I draw lines around to make the borders and so on. And the flag editor is just the same. I draw a rectangle, I fill it with black, and then I draw the text. And every time the cursor moves, I move this little red thing and all that. And every time a flag is set, I change its color to a set color. In retrospect, today, I would kill myself for making flag set red. Red should only be used in a UI to say there's an error. It's terrible UI design. But anyway, so that was the DFUSE 1.0, and it had other modes and so on. And it was already, as you can see, able to display the assets in the game, let you pick, and choose and see. There was also, I think it was also able to play the sounds in the game and all that, all from that map editor. What else to say about that time? Well, I mean, it's about to begin. There's a lot to say, right? But I wanted to say...
What was the initial reaction from the community to DFUSE? How did you distribute it?
Yes. So this is... Now we actually have first off, we have a level that's perfectly playable level, and we have an editor, but we're still on the demo. So releasing that would be pretty unethical because basically you needed nothing else than the demo to play Dark Forces level. You could have started a modding community of people who would never have to pay $1 to buy Dark Forces and play Dark Force level. Because even though you were limited and you did not have access to maybe every functionality in the game, it was really not impossible at that point to design new textures, and you know, you could have made any number of levels after that and based on that. So I didn't want to do that. And so I kind of parked this, called it DFUSE 0.9. And I told Serge, you know what, we're going to wait for the actual game to come out. And when the game came out, I have this on my dates sheet. And so March 10th, 1995 in Europe. I don't know if it was the same in the US. I didn't research that. And so the game came out, and I bought the game, and I installed it at home, and I literally played 3 levels. That's all I played. I played the 3rd level. It's like, you know, forget about that. I want to see what changed in the data structures and, you know, all that. And so I went in, and one of the major changes that, I'll say that in a second. One of the major changes I already mentioned is that the level geometry is now text. Infinitely easier to understand. And there is a few other changes, like the fact that it was a 1 demo level made something critically simple, that it was not as simple when there were 14 levels in the game, and vanishingly simple, I should use maybe. And it was literally 4 hours to transform the binary loader for the geometry file into a text loader. I think it was the biggest scanf I ever wrote in my life. Must have been like, 50 parts of each line or something like that. And I mean, I just kept both in the editor, but I switched to this new one. I kept both because I wanted to be able to load on level. But I switched to this new one in a general way. And that was it. Now I had an editor for the real Dark Forces. That literally was the thing, enough to have an editor for the real Dark Forces. However, it would not have been convenient, because when I work with just Serge, we had one project. Right? Our project was one level that we were making. So it needed to add to the editor project management that you would be able to work on multiple projects. The origin of these projects, copying the color palette and all these things, now would need to be selected across multiple map in the real game. Like Dark Forces makes heavy use of color palettes. Some levels are like, one level is specifically in a red fog. And if you try to use this color palette on the wrong level, everything is in a red fog. That's not what you want. So you need to pick the correct palette for the textures set that you want to use inside of your level. We also, Serge started diving through INF and through the other levels to see if there was something that could be, I mentioned that briefly, to be used to make our level a bit better, but without starting over from scratch or anything like that. We really didn't want to do that. It wasn't much, but he learned a few things about INF. And most notably, now that we had 14 levels to compare against each other and not just the one demo level, we started understanding some of the flags because we had examples of other flags set. And we could just go see, oh, that's what it does in this level. It alters the way the sky is drawn, or it lets you be a water thing, or and so on. So we completed a little bit our Dark Forces secret Dark Forces specification document, unofficial. That was the word, unofficial Dark Forces specification. And yeah. And then we procrastinated a bit. What do we do now? And I took my courage with both hands and I emailed Darren Stinnett, because I I wanted to release this, but I was not certain the all-powerful might of the Lucas Empire's lawyers was not going to drop down on my head. So I emailed Darren Stinnett, who was project leader on Dark Forces, and I introduced myself, said, I wrote this editor, we have this extra level, are we going to get the squad of stormtroopers sent to our house if we do that, or, and then also ask a couple of questions about some flags that we really couldn't decipher. And
the audacity of you asking what the flags meant.
I know, right? And also, very important thing, we wanted to ask if there was a way that we could launch a custom GOB, right? Because we had only ran our mod level right now as a replacement for an original level, whether in the demo or in the original game. We wanted to ask if there was a flag that lets you run a separate GOB without disturbing the actual levels in the game and so on. And he answered, one third thing I asked, because Serge has actually discovered that. He discovered the Hall of Mirrors, right? Which is this effect in Dark Forces when you do a combination of things, whether it's walls too long or too many adjoints that the rendering system has to traverse or something, where at the end, you can have that in Doom 2 or Hall of Mirrors, where the screen smears and you can see the previous image, move around and so on. And it's like you're staring into the void and just redrawing what was lost on the side of the screen. And we asked a question about that too. And he very kindly answered back the next day or 2 days later. And he skillfully dodged the lawyer question. Thank you, Darren. No answer on that side of, I don't think he wanted to take the responsibility for the Lucas Empire not taking legal action against me also. But he answered the flag questions, and he told us about the -u parameter that lets you load a custom GOB without replacing an actual level in the game, as well as a few other minor command line arguments for the game, like skip cutscenes and things like that. And he also explained the reason for the Hall of Mirrors and what the limits would be to make our lives easier. So you couldn't cross more than 42 adjoints, and because that was the size of the internal data structure. And also got us some data about the number of objects that you could put in a level without the game running weirdly or being at risk of crashing because someone forgot to put a check on an array. And yes, and so I rewrote a little bit, rearranged my specification document, included Darren's answers in there. That was a good argument when the project leader is telling you that's how it is, right? And then we procrastinated just time before and asked around. And one thing I forgot, I also talked to the DEU author because his thing was called DEU and mine was called DFEU, basically, except with the S in the middle, and that was so close. And my UI, if we put the boxes that are on the top of mine at the bottom, my UI looks like DEU. And I asked him about all that, and he says, "Dog, go ahead, do exactly what you want." And I'm translating his word because he's actually Belgian, which was pretty funny. I discovered that when I was, researching him a little bit. He was another Belgian level editor maker for shooters at the same year, pretty much. And we stopped procrastinating, and we put both the DFUSE 1.0 and SecBase Revisited that level on ftp.cdrom.com, because after researching, that seemed to be the best place to put it. And again, at the time, you don't do that on the web. And there is some tiny binaries that are put sometime on the news groups, but that's not, people really don't like that, especially since you have to post them in the 127 post or whatever. If you remember in you encode it, whatever, people hated that. and then that went. And then one of my friends said, oh, you should also put it on CompuServe, because they have an area to do that on CompuServe. Said, I know nothing about CompuServe. I don't have an account. I gave him the exe and the level. It says, upload it to CompuServe. And he did that for me, right? And thank him for that. But I didn't know anything about CompuServe. And so it was in the wild. And absolutely nothing happened for weeks. Nothing whatsoever happened for weeks. You have to imagine, you have to find enthusiastic gamers who now have played Dark Forces, are interested enough to go hunting for maybe tools to mod it. And that tool, it can only be found on one specific archive site on the internet. So, but eventually, 3-4 weeks later, I got an email from Inger Schuh, who was the lead level designer on Dark Forces. And he was saying, we really love Sec-Base Revisited. It was really cool to play through to a level made by someone else. And it says, also, I want to look at the editor and play with it. And I answered the only thing, I could really answer is like, thank you for your kind words. And then more time passed, right? He sent me a follow-up email, and that I lost every email. And I lost every piece of code from that time, except the code from DFUSE that I will recover through some pure 100% karma, pure luck thing. But I lost everything from that time. I guess I forgot to mention this when I talk about that company I was working at. Because we were a hardware vendor, I had access to tons of machines there that I could bring home. So I did not have my own PC at home. I brought back every night. I had at home a monitor and a keyboard and a mouse, right? And I brought back my work PC every night. But these were getting upgraded as fast as machines were coming out. So we would get to experience the latest processors and install stuff on the latest and so on. So I did not have good backups or anything like that. And I lost everything. And this losing the Darren answer email is okay because I had copied and pasted in the specs what he said, right? So it's not lost. But losing this email now from Inger really, really annoys me because it would be the kind of thing that I would frame and print and frame and put on my wall. It says, we love DFUSE. If we had added, we would have saved 30% on making the levels for Dark Forces. And it's great as the tools guy to hear something like that, obviously. But you have to imagine they were using AutoCAD, and apparently it was a nightmare to make a level for Dark Forces. So, I think at that point there is. Oh, I was talking about that com. I think I might as well say that around that time, I got an email from Brad Oliver, and he wanted to use parts of DFUSE to make a level editor for the Mac. And that, obviously, it wouldn't be able to do anything with the Portland BGI stuff or anything like that, but he asked if he could get the source code so he wouldn't have to waste time writing gobbers, ungobbers, file parsers, and all that, because that was in C and that's what he was going to use. It would be like, boom, it's got all the back end, right? And so he wrote the front end of that, and he probably lots of the back end. I'm not going to presume anything. And that became the DocForge level editor for Mac. And some of the best level add-on levels for Dark Forces were made with it also. Not going to claim that or DFUSE and its successor tool made all the good level for Dark Forces. One of the best level I've seen was made with DocForge, and the level designers who used that did absolutely great stuff. So the big karma thing, as I was saying, is that later on in the 2020s, we're talking like, far, far, far later, I would be able to recover the source we would be able, in a general way, to recover the source from DFUSE because Brad had kept it all that time, right? So, and one of the things that I lost, at least I recovered, which was a great thing. So right after that, and I'm still working at the same company, and my boss there was always a big fan of rapid application development and stuff. And I mean, knowing the kind of job that we were doing, the faster we can deliver a turnkey solution that, the client has to pay through the nose, the better. So he told me, I want you to learn Delphi or Delphi. I'm not sure which pronounced which way. Let's say it's Delphi for now. So he gave me a copy of Delphi, and I installed that at work, obviously, and then I started learning Delphi. If you have never used it, it's very similar to the Visual Basic of the time, except everything it did was way better. So it had better component, and it was this kind of rapid application development where you have a canvas and you drop buttons and checkboxes and this box and whatever on there, and you click the button and that opens a piece of empty code that you fill code that happens when the button gets clicked. It had a better component library than Visual Basic, and it was in Pascal and it was compiled where the Visual Basic of the time was interpreted and dog slow. So I started learning it, and I got literally paid to learn it. So I did it. And then on that weekend, I said, okay, and now I'm going to rewrite DFUSE using this. Because it adds a lot of cool stuff, right? First off, now my program is not a tiny model DOS program anymore. It's a Windows application. People who have 4 megabytes of RAM, well, they have 4 megabytes of RAM. I don't have to fight with, exchanging my own editor with dark forces to launch and all these things. And so I started rewriting that. And I did that very, very, very fast. Way too fast. Because I wrote terrible object-oriented code, which was really a big introduction to it for me, right? DFUSE was pure C, not C++, pure C. And I was trying to port this literally to some object-oriented Pascal with classes. So my classes tended to be wide and all-encompassing and totally disregarding single responsibility principles for anything like that. And basically were repositories to receive functions that were ported from C to Pascal. And I'm sure the person who, I'll talk about it later, the person who maintained WinDFUSE later hated me for it. And I know he does because I'm talking to him every day. And that was when very quickly done. I want to say 3 weekends to port the entire thing. And the first version of WinDFUSE had some flaws, but it had this full functionality of the DOS version. And the flaws were, first off, my UI looks stupid. You have to imagine, I don't have massive experience making Windows UI. I don't have any experience making Windows UI. No one around really has a lot of experience making Windows UIs. And to tell you, around the main screen, there were like 4 toolbars, top, bottom, left, right, toolbar everywhere. And I based that on the idea that, hey, I have toolbars everywhere. I have 60 buttons. Every function is accessible in one click. Awesome, right? Totally undiscoverable, but awesome. And you would put that in the hands of a beginner, and she's like no chance to get assaulted by 60 buttons without real structures and so on. There were structures, like all the zoom-related buttons were next to each other, but that was pretty much it. And that's one thing. And then the other thing is that the scrolling, when you scroll the map, was way less good than the DOS version.
It was better in the DOS version? The scrolling was better in the DOS version?
Yes, but that's just my fault because it's the thing that I'm learning. I didn't put the double buffer bit on the 4 in Delphi because I didn't know about it, and I didn't know about sword drawing. and all these things. And I will fix that later. And it will be, I'm not going to say blazing fast on big maps, but it will be much faster, much more usable. So anyway,
were there any technical advancements you were particularly excited to implement in DFUSE?
Well, I wanted to do much more later, right? But my first goal was to just port the C-DOS version to Delphi and Windows. It removed memory limitations almost immediately just by doing this conversion. We didn't have to fight with DOS low memory with dark forces and all these things. So pretty quickly after that, I want to say a couple of months later, maybe, I made WinDFUSE 1.5. And I addressed some of these things. The toolbars got whipped into something logical. And the scrolling was much better and so on. But it's not like, I think there might have been a little bit of new functionality. I think it might have been when I made a better polygon tool. Like instantly create an octagon or something instead of having to painstakingly join vertex by vertex and splitting walls and so on. But I don't think there was much. Oh, maybe the INF editor. So in the DOS version, when you wanted to edit this INF programming language, what I was doing was simply take the text, the snippet of INF text, I'll put it into, I don't know, inf.temp or something like that, inf.temp.txt, something like that, and then launch the text editor that you had assigned to that purpose in DFUSE, right? And for me, that was QEdit or something like that in these DOS times. And then you would edit your INF text in a text editor that knew nothing about INF. And then you would save, and then you would quit. And my program, and in DFUSE would know, oh, this process has terminated. I can reread my temp file, and the user edit is completed. In the Windows version, though, I had an INF editor in the editor itself with functionality to edit INF, meaning that INF editor was able to highlight errors you were making, and it had help drop down things to let you pick between the possibilities for these, INF is hard to really call a programming language, but let's just say it's all working with elevators sending messages to each other and reaching steps and so on. But so it gave you all the possibilities, all the different kind of elevators, what parameters they could send along with the messages and all that. In a user-friendly way, because now I had a rapid application development tool, right? And so I released that 1.5, and they're pretty. Time is passing during all that, but I don't really hear that much more. There's a community that's getting formed. I think at the time, there's already DF21 maybe, and Tola Dalton's Dark Force page. I know I talked to Tola quite a few times, and like every time there was an update, I would also ask him to put the latest editor on his web page and so on. But that was it. And I was getting emails about the editor and questions and so on. But so the next version, that was, something that I really love to do, and I kind of got disappointed in the reception of it. So my next version of WinDFUSE is WinDFUSE 1.666. And that version number is kind of a hint, right? And it lets you load a WAT file, a Doom WAT file, and it fully converts the entire geometry of the WAT file, all the textures, including the texture alignments for all that. And you immediately have a Doom level inside Dark Forces that you can just click and play. Things I did not convert, obviously, where that did not magically create imps in Dark Forces or, I would convert an imp to a stormtrooper, trying to make matching type of enemies. And like the sludge that was swirling in Doom, I approximated with a very slow scroll and all that, but it was immediately playable. There were a few things that were not. Like there's some light death actions in Doom that were impossible. Like Dark Forces doesn't have a pure true teleporter. Oh, we didn't know about it at the time anyway. And so I released that, and I loved it myself, and it's something I wanted to do. And I want to thank Alex Davikov for that too, because he helped me with that. And he also, created a tool called What to God that was, kind of a similar command line thing, though not doing everything that the other one was doing. And then it's like the disappointing part is that I never saw a Doom level ported to Dark Forces and retextured as in a Dark Force way, right? We had the potential to have thousands of Doom levels ported to Dark Forces, and the program was porting everything, was porting the keys, the locked doors, everything was working. You would have thought, oh, okay. And it's there. You could just have boom, with the snap of your fingers, you could have a new Dark Forces level just based on what class. Never took on. And, anyway, I don't regret doing it. It was a fun learning experience, but I kind of expected to see levels being produced. I have this new Dark Force level. Thank you for the author of the one. Whatever. But no, I never saw anything come out of that.
Now, after DFUSE became a success, you also introduced a shareware model of sorts to filter out less serious users. How did the community react to the introduction of this paywall?
I don't think they really liked it, but really, I got 6,000 email on DFUSE, and that had to stop. I had 6,000 of them, to which I tried to answer to each and every one of them, including hundreds of emails from some dude who doesn't want to read the manual and is asking basic questions and demands to be, given additional explanations just for himself and so on. It's just like, no on that. Either you're serious about that, and then I'll take 2 hours to answer your complicated question, or you don't want to read the manual. I don't want to hear about you. So, yeah, that got to be moved later on. And also something I wanted to say, in the US, there's this thing called flat local, and usually you could at the time connect at 8 a.m. to your ISP over your phone line and your modem, and it would cost you 10 cents when you disconnected at midnight. In Belgium, we were paying by the minute, so every minute on the internet was a dime, almost literally. So it was the time where I would go on the internet, I would download all my email, the interesting news group real quick, and then I would get off the internet.
But wasn't it cheaper after 10 p.m. or something?
Yes, the phone calls were cheaper at night, yes. And that's when we played BBS games and things like that, maybe, but that was it. It was cheaper, but it was still per minute. So, yeah, that was extremely expensive, the telephone, sadly.
I remember those days. So when did you start working at LucasArts?
Well, that's quite a bit away. So, but I'm close. I think in time. One thing that happened pretty much at this time, though, just before LucasArts, is I got out of the blue an email from a professor. Dennis Short from Purdue, let me look up my sheet. School of Technology at Purdue University main campus. And he was a full professor there, and he wanted to use WinDFUSE in his senior level class to teach, level building to people. So I guess it was the first time I heard of any program in a very serious university that had a program related to, making game levels. So that was cool. And I sent him 50 licenses of that shareware thing. And it's another case of pure karma. because much later, when I'm going to do a green card application, this guy is sending me a glowing review. So with my green card application, I can attach a glowing review from a full professor from, a U.S. university that says that, I had the required background and so on to be qualified for the job they were requesting the green card for. Karma, give things out to people, you'll get something back someday in some way. So this is about it, and you were mentioning that, and this is about the moment I got a third email from Inger. Still Inger, but I think a year has passed in between. I don't know, I would have to count. But let's say a year has passed. We are in, easily. We are in about July 96 now. I got an email from Inger saying, by the way, I showed DFUSE and WinDFUSE to Ray Gresco, the lead programmer on Dark Forces, and he would like to talk to you. And I said, sure. I gave him my phone number, and then a couple of days later, Ray called me, and he only stayed like 5 minutes on the phone, and I said, okay, what was that? And then he said, I have to go, sorry. And then, but 2 days later, he called me back and he said, I really apologize. I was going dragged into something. I thought he hated the first 5 minutes of what I told him, I guess. But he was pulled into a meeting, but I was kind of a bit panicking that he would have reacted like that. And so we had a much longer conversation, and he was asking me about what I was doing for a living when I was not writing tools for all, LucasArts games on the internet. And I told him and all that. And then he asked, if I was maybe interested in working with them. And he didn't give any sort of indication of what they were working on or anything like that. But I said a semi-blanket, sure, I'm interested, right? I mean, I had a decent job. It's not like I was starving or anything like that. But I mean, it's working at LucasArts. So, and then I think that's about the time I released WinDFUSE 2.0. And I had another bunch of new, better features, whatever. I don't remember. And I've been actually in my archiving process, I've been trying to find old versions just to be able to see the change logs and so on. But I haven't been able to find all of them. And that's the last version of WinDFUSE that I'm going to work on as the main author. And we'll talk about that in a minute, because I'm going to pass that to someone else, right? To a bunch of other people, actually. And then right about then, I got recontacted by Ray again and say, are you really serious about this? It's incredible in today's world where you expect answers from people the next day and so on. It's incredible how weeks pass in between all these emails and so on. I guess the rhythm of life was slightly different back then. And he says, are you really interested? This is not idle curiosity or anything like that. And I said, yeah, I'm interested, man. And it's just like, this is not much. Do you want to work at LucasArts? It's not much. I'm on the other side of the world in Belgium. I have a wife. I have pets. I have a job. I have a family. I have friends. I cannot just drop everything and go work at LucasArts. And we would need to, before I tell you, yes, we would need to talk about relocation and compensation, all these things, right? And it says, yes, we will talk about all that. But first of all, we need to have an interview with you. So it's the first time then that that I'm hearing about actually interviewing. Interviewing, I want to say, is a very, very weak word, is the ultimate euphemism for what happens. Because if you think of an interview as like, okay, we're going to get this guy in and ask him question in front of a whiteboard for 2 hours, that was not my interview. So at the time, we had, as Belgian, to get a visa to travel to the United States, just even not to work, right? So I had to go get my passport, get a visa in my passport at the US Embassy in Brussels and all that. And I had to talk to some guy who asked me some questions. I don't know, it might have been some FBI guy or some INS guy. I don't know. Basically, the kind of questions you get in the stupid cards you get in the play. Are you here to assassinate the president of the United States? You know, these kind of crazy questions that no terrorist or anything would ever answer yes to, but that they still, for some reason, ask. And so I had a nice visa in my passport, and then people at LucasArts were starting to organize plane tickets, a hotel, and all a rental car and all these things. And things get organized, and I have to refer to my cheat sheet again. Saturday. I wouldn't say Saturday, but it's kind of important in this case. October 19th, 1996, I land in the San Francisco airport to go interview at LucasArts. And I don't know how planned it was, but the rental company gave me this beautiful red Pontiac Firebird, which was pretty awesome. And I find myself cruising on the Golden Gate, trying not to kill myself because I'm driving with one man hand and trying to take pictures with a box camera of me driving on the Golden Gate. I know this, and it's not really a memory. I know this because I have a picture. And I say, oh, why did I take this picture? Or did I take this picture while I was driving there? I must have been driving stupidly with one hand at 50 miles per hour. And it's 10:10 blue sky, and the sun is out, and at the end of the Golden Gate, you see the beautiful hills of Marin, which is like, it's like immediately like, okay, I'm coming to work here. And so I keep driving on the 101, and I find my hotel without a problem. And that's not a laughing matter because at the time, there's like, no smartphones. There's no Garmin GPS share, and certainly you don't have one in my rental car anyway. I think they were just about to come out. And so before that, I went in Belgium before my departure to the equivalent of AAA. I got maps. And I traced on the map the best way for me to go from the airport to my hotel and so on. And so I'm glad there was no detour, no problem, no anything like that. And I found my hotel, and I checked in, and my instructions were, once you've checked in, call Ray. And it was late enough in the day that I just called Ray, and he says, we cannot really do anything right now, but I'll come down to the lobby tomorrow at 10, and I'll come pick you up, and I'll show you around and so on. And so I just crashed, exhausted after the transatlantic, trip and the jet lag and all that. And I woke up. I had no problem waking up at 10 a.m. because I was jet lag. And I met Ray, and he drove me to Novato, to a place called, I want to say the Golden Omelette, but it could be the Golden Egg. Dumb. It was so far back, but I know because I lived in Novato, and I passed in front of that same breakfast place later. And basically we had a breaking the ice breakfast and so on, because we only talked, briefly on the phone. We didn't know each other in any way. And that's when I learned that they were working on Jedi Knight. That's the first time I heard the word Jedi Knight. And I don't think anyone in the press or anything was announced or anything like that. So that's all I learned. That would be the sequel to Dark Forces. It would be Jedi Knight. But they were not approaching it as a sequel. And just parenthesis here for everyone who keeps calling that game Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight. The Dark Forces 2 is just, there's Cal Katarn in there, right? None of the initial document called it Dark Forces 2. I have a ton of the documents that I recovered. It's called Jedi Knight, The Force Within. Not Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. That got added, I think, as a promotional thing once we reached the end, and then it's time to talk to the press and make boxes and be, refer to the previous game. So that's when I learned about Jedi Knight. And then we finish our breakfast, and Ray says, I'm going to show you around the office. he drives me to the office, which is about like 10 minutes from Novato. And he badges in and he shows me around. I can show a few pictures of that.
Yeah, please do.
Actually, I want to show a couple of pictures of WinDFUSE. So I'm going to re-show this one, which is the last of DFUSE, the DOS version. And then this is, the now Windows version. And this is a version later on, 3.0, where the toolbars have been tamed. Although I'm still not in love with the fact that these buttons are not aligned and so on. But that was much later. I was not, working on the tiny details of it. But as you see, the actual content of a map is the same and it's using the exact same colors and so on. It's the actual port of the other way, right? So that's the one thing I wanted to show. And then a few pictures of LucasArts. That's from these are not my pictures. These are pictures that I got from the LucasArts alumni group. So one important thing to know, and one of my biggest regrets in my life, is having, companies telling me photography is strictly forbidden. And me respecting that is my big regret. So I should have taken so many more pictures of the place that I work at and so on. So you can
Instead of taking pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge, you should have taken pictures at LucasArts.
It's strictly forbidden. So, and where I work now at Imagineering, it's possibly calls for termination. So, this is another thing you're laughing with. Corridors inside of LucasArts, there was all carpeted. And one thing I want to point your attention to is the exposed pipes and structures on the ceiling, and everywhere is like that. And it is said, it is a legend at LucasArts that if you're a level designer or an artist and you're lacking inspiration, just look up and something will pop up. And it's not false, right? You look at all these weird shape and tubes and whatever, and you will get an idea for a room in the shooter very soon. This is the cow couch. There is a legend that says you would hear horrible things if it could talk.
Wait, but this is after 2001 because Monsters Incorporated.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. These are not my pictures. I took them from, because I don't have any really, because I respected the stupid photography rule. So I grabbed these pictures from people who posted them from the LucasArts alumni group. So it just gives you a chance to see that inside of LucasArts, which is never seen anywhere. This was the compatibility department.
Wow.
So when they say I tested this game on joystick, they mean that.
They mean all of the joysticks. They probably tested out Rebel Assault 1.
Possibly, and the whole X-Wing series and all that too were highly joystick dependent. There's a curse here box, so that tells you also it's a bit further. Full Throttle. I'm just looking at the posters of the pod to try to date the picture at this. So that's the compatibility department. And then this one is fun. This is the Christmas tree.
With the dig at the bottom.
With all
the dig should
boxes.
be at the top.
Well, there's a dig towards the top. There's multiple copies. There wouldn't be enough game sales, but Afterlife and some indie and Outlaws and TIE Fighter. Yeah, it's a bit further also, I think. It has nothing to do with this, but while I am in this folder, I have these pictures from the ILM Halloween parties. I had that in that folder, so there's not much to say about it. Every year, ILM had a big party that was insanely crazy. And because they had special effect people and so on, the costumes were just beyond insane. And that's my business card to finish my little folder. My little folder. I still have actually have still 5 or 6 of these. Again, I should try calling that number. No way what would happen.
Email yourself to see someone else get your email.
That email at lucasarts.com. I don't think there's a lot of emails going. So anyway, that was my business card. While we are at this point in the story, let me just show this too. This is a couple of concepts for Dark Forces, because we're going to totally shift on Jedi Knight, right? So let's take the Dark Forces concept out of the way. This is actually my screen background right now. Still to this day, it's a fabulous drawing. I think it's amazing.
And it's a portrait photo, so you can use it on your phone as well.
Yep. And credit where credit is due. This is better version of this than the one I received. And hopefully we have enough time to talk a bit about the community. And someone in the community is taking, LucasArts posters and things like that. And he reworked on this with actual skill.
Laser Schwartz.
Yes.
Jan Hofmeister. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's him. And he reworked this picture with actual artistic skill and rebalanced it, cleaned it and so on. And it's better than the original. And a couple more Dark Forces concepts. So, and this is Darren and Justin in the B building while they were working on Dark Forces. So that's the end of my Dark Forces little folder. I just wanted to, put that there now, because we're probably not going to talk about Dark Forces a lot, and we are about here at the timeline anyway. So to go back to Ray and interview, so he got me to LucasArts, and the offices were mostly empty. That's why I said it's important that it was Saturday that I flew, because this day is now a Sunday, so the offices are pretty empty. But Ray is showing me around and so on, and he's showing me where the water cooler is, the kitchen, and the restrooms, and all that, and where the office for his office that he shares with Rob is, and the office for Jan and Winston Wolf, and where I'll be sitting. There's like a little cubicle for me right next to the programmer's office. And then somewhere around there, we meet Mark Hay Hutchinson, who I have to be honest, I had no idea who he was. And I should say the late Mark Hay Hutchinson, who the guy does not know me. Ray introduces me, we shake hands, and like the next second he says, I want to show you something. And we walk to his office, and he's putting N64 controllers in my hand and is making me play Shadows of the Empire, which I cannot remember if it had just gone gold or was just a vote to go gold, right? It was not released and so on. It's really embarrassing for me because I had never heard or even an N64. I certainly never held that controller in my hand before, and it's a pretty weird controller. But anyway, I kind of slogged my way to the first 2 levels of Shadows of the Empire, I think, with much coaching at that. And then I thanked him, and then Ray just, woke me out. He drove me back to my hotel and says, now you know everything. Meet at the lobby tomorrow at 9. And next Monday, I arrive at the lobby. And I said, I'm Yves. I'm here to spend a week with Ray, Rob, and whatever, an interview. And the lady at the front desk called Ray, and he came to pick me up, and then went to do the real introductions now to the team for real, like Rob and and then Winston, and then he went to introduce me to Justin, and then he introduced me to a couple of the level designers that were next to my cubicle, so they didn't have a total stranger sitting there. And then he pretty much passed me to Rob, who was going to be kind of my lead in this interview. And I say again, interview very, very lightly. So Rob comes and he says, well, IT, like every IT in the world, has not delivered your PC. So you should be able to actually have a PC in this cubicle, but you don't. And so he says, but sit down, get set up, wait for me a few minutes. And then he comes back like 15 minutes later with like a thick like this sheaf of paper. And he puts that in my hand and it's still warm from the laser printer. And because I did not have a PC and he didn't want me to waste like 2 hours, he printed me like 200 pages of the Sith library C code. And he says, I have nothing else for you to do until they bring you an actual PC. So, start pouring at the code. And I got my pencil out, but I mean, today, you open your stuff in a Visual Studio and, you control click to go to the definition of the function, or you can search and whatever. With 200 pages of paper, you have nothing. You have sequential reading. So, I guess I learned a lot about naming convention and so on from reading through the first few functions, but it was impossible to get a grasp of what 200 pages of code went from the thing to paper. But it kept me occupied until lunch.
You learned a lot about killing trees in order to print out the entire.
I'm a guy who always checks the box about like, I don't want paper. It was such a waste. I actually use the back of these pages forever as writing paper. So they came to get me for lunch and I went to lunch with the programming team. I want to say today, so far back, it was pasta pomodoro. And that's just a remark if anyone from the South is listening. So that's where they brought me for lunch. And then when we came back from lunch, IT had actually put a computer on my desk and had left, an email to Ray with credentials for me. And so I could not log into this. I had an account to log into the network, and Rob sat down next to me and we spent an hour telling me where to fetch data from the network drives, where to fetch the code from SourceSafe. SourceSafe is an abomination, by the way. It is the most terrible piece of source control ever invented. And thankfully, it's disappeared. And so after that, now I have code, I have data, and Rob's telling me how to build the game and start running it. And, and then he's writing down on a piece of paper some new cog verb that he would like to be added to the game. And he's telling me, no, add this cog verb. It's like, okay, you sure you don't want to drag me in a room and interrogate me in front of a whiteboard or something? Because this is harsh. And so anyway, I start pouring. But now I have Visual Studio and Visual Assist on that machine. And now you can actually search for stuff and correlate things by using, jumping to functions and so on. And I think not at the end of that day, because that was too much, but on the next day, I had this code verb written. And then Rob just handed me a whole list of other code verbs to ref. And when I say writing code verbs, it's the C backend of the code verb, right? So when the cog interpreter, it would go and it would, again, we're back to, stacks. It would push the parameters you pass to the cog functions on the stack, and the C implementation would pop them with the right version of, the parameters, and checking also. So you cannot, explode the game by in cog passing an actor that does not exist and have a null pointer or anything. So it's all verified and all these things. And then it would return a value to the cog script by pushing that on the cog stack and so on. But in between, it's C code that gets executed. And so that's, the first 2 days. And on the third day, that was a brilliant lunch on the third day. The things keep going like that. Sorry, I want to say something about, I talked to artists, I don't want to say I talked to artists. I talked to Justin, and I talked to level designers, and we had at some point, but maybe on the Thursday, I'm not sure. Let's just put that on the Thursday. On the Wednesday, they drove me for lunch to the ranch. So obviously, that's pretty awesome. I did not expect that interview would have I would, get to go eat in George Lucas' main house at the ranch. And that was a fabulous lunch. I mean, it's not like the food is like, Michelin star or anything like that. It's good food, but that's not the exciting part. The exciting part is the location. And that main house, there are pictures on the internet that you can find about that, but that main house has a library that is absolutely phenomenal. And we got to visit that. And then I don't know if it's the right word, like a glass house, hothouse, or whatever room with big tropical plants. And it's a sunroom, I think is the correct word. And then it has, I'm not going to call it a museum, but it has these things with artifacts in glass or, presenters and so on. And they had the lightsaber from the original Star Wars. And they had the whip and hat from Indy. I think there were multiple indies by that time that came out. So I don't know if it was the original or the next one or whatever, but, so, and that was like, I was totally fanboying. So we came back and kept working that afternoon. And on the Thursday, I'm placing that randomly. On the Thursday, we had this meeting with Justin and Ray and Rob and a few of the level designers and whatever. And we wanted to talk about multiplayer. So I think they already had a plan in their head, but of course I knew nothing about it. And so the single player game at that time, I mean, that's one of the first things I did on the day two is play through the game and so on. I forgot to mention that. The single player game was pretty well, at that point it was, I'm not saying it was bug free, it was far from bug free, but it was many levels were playable and there were texturing issues and all that, but they were playable. Multiplayer was nowhere. And so I think they kind of already promised at that point that they would have multiplayer. But they were asking me what my opinion should be on what multiplayer in Jedi Knight should be. And I immediately said it should be CTF. Because I was a big, quick CTF player. And I told them, I think it should be CTF. And so like, yeah, it's interesting, but you cannot really release the game with multiplayer without the deathmatch. So it turned out that they were going to have definitely deathmatch, and CTF was an idea that was there. And then that concluded the Thursday, I want to say. More cod verb writing and whatever. And then on the Friday, Ray told me, you need to go see Steve Doderman, and his office is there and there and there, at 10, and you have a meeting with him. Sure, and at 10, I'd knock at Steve Doderman's office, and he was, I believe, I need a cheat sheet. Director of development. Sorry. He was director of development, title-wise. And we had a long talk. And basically, he says, the team are saying you're all like, gung-ho about making CTF for the game. And we wanted to give you a contract to continue your interview. So the contract would be to develop CTF for Jedi Knight. And it's a real contract. We would be paid for it. It's not like they were expecting me to develop CTF for free or anything like that, right? And on top of that, we want you and your friend who collaborated with you on that level seg page we visited. We want you guys to make 3 levels for CTF. And I had a contract in my hands, and we established, times that we have to show something, the milestones, I want to call them, although they were not as strict as that. And then I actually called Serge at that point, maybe from Steve Doderman's office or something, and I told him, what was happening, and because I didn't want to accept a contract to make 3 levels with Serge without asking him. I would think kind of, a bit abusive. And I told
Wait, they
her,
didn't even want to meet him before hiring him?
no, because it would just be remote work for making levels. And he had proven that he could make Dark Forces level with SecBase Revisited. So they were happy with that. And then we got him on the phone there and explained the situation. I said, yeah, sure, I'll work on making the levels with Yves. And then that was it. The next day I flew back home, and now I was like in a situation where I was working 40 hours on the DBA shot. And now I had to develop CTF for Jedi Knight. And I had DFUSE development, and I did not have 90 hours in me, for the foreseeable future.
But how did you manage the challenges of collaborating across, after you got back to Belgium? How did you manage the challenges of collaborating across time zones, especially on a high-profile project like Jedi Knight?
We didn't. That's the thing. Because it was so separate. And I think that they had a genius idea, because think about it, from the cost of my interview, let's say my interview could cost 2.5K. And let's say, I don't even remember the number. Let's say they were planning on paying us let's just make it the right number to make an even number, 7.5K for developing CTF at the 3 levels and all that. It would be 10K, right? So they invest 10K in us, and they haven't announced anything. We totally failed to deliver CTF. Too bad. They had a very costly 10K interview, basically, right? And that's it. And maybe they can even repurpose whatever CTF levels we would make, even if CTF totally failed, as deathmatch levels, right? So it's not even lost necessarily there. On the other hand, they would have, if it succeeds, they pay 10K for a brand new multiplayer mode for a AAA game, which is like Dutch. It is nothing. So I think that was very well played from Steve Donovan. A very cheap CTF for Jedi Knight.
And what was the integration process like? Did you have to integrate the multiplayer in the game, or was it just like any other level that you'd add to the game and it would just work?
I would work with Serge and keep notes and put all my changes on the C side in the very clearly delimited places. And after that, we would email that, and Rob would merge it into the real game later. And we would be sent pretty regularly, not every other week, but decently regularly. We would be given CDs with the latest of the game. But think of us as an outsourcing of something that is pretty separate from the game. The only place where we clashed with the game, where something might need to be merged, is the C code behind the special verbs I need to support CTF. Right? Everything else, I don't really care that they made this new improvement to the game, as long as it doesn't affect CTF, right? It's not urgent that I get the latest of the lightsaber. It doesn't really matter. I'll figure that out. The weapon code is totally independent from my CTF stuff. So it worked well. And I was working with Serge as I was making new stuff. I would give him a new build of the game, and he would work with that on the levels. We spent a lot of time sitting next to each other at his or my place. It's doing that much more than when writing SecBase Revisited. Also, stuff had improved, a little bit, and it was not impossible to send a meg by an email, and then attach to an email and things like that.
What were the file sizes of the levels you guys designed?
Well, these levels are not that big, right? And they zip well. They're text. Remember, the entire level format is text, and we do not do art. And I am going to put an asterisk with that, except some texture we chose to tint in red and yellow. So when we will deliver the first CTF version of the levels for their approval of the first milestone, if you want to call it like that, we tinted some textures because we wanted to define the yellow and the red base. And the texture set that we got on the CD when I left LucasArts did not include any texture that was red or yellow that we could use for the bases. So we took that decision with Serge that the bases would be tinted yellow and red. So it's always important in CTF when you're running through corridor and you're fighting the enemy and so on, you need to be able to turn around and say, this way is my flag room, this way is the enemy flag room, right? That's absolutely critical in a CTF level. So we added all these things. And it was also us who requested to add force fields. I think these were not in the game at that point. And yeah, we worked like that and it worked. It worked nicely. It was not as if I had a Perforce proxy and I was immediately on source control and could get the latest every second or anything like that. But it worked well enough for the very separate thing we were doing. Also, there was so much work that it was about the time that I ditched DFUSE. And then ditched is a strong word. I requested some of the prominent people in the community that I was talking with a lot, wanted to ask them if they would be willing to take it on. And it was not like I was not asking one single person to do that, but I was asking a group of people to do that. So it would be less work for each one of them. And these were Alexei Novikov, who was, helping on the Doom conversion, and later will write the Jedi Knight editor, Jared Koch. If you're still there on the Dark Forces community today, and David Lovejoy, who was basically the webmaster in there, and the guy who, I don't know how he did that, but he owned darkjedi.com. I wish I owned darkjedi.com. I'm sure that got a nice chunk of money from because it belongs to Star Wars.
Or they'd sue you.
Or they stole it from it, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that you created 3 levels, but as far as I know, you designed 4 multiplayer levels, and you cut the last one before releasing the final game.
So they were really happy with our first delivery. I mean, in our first delivery, I had basically CTF working. And I'm not saying I had perfect scoring for the person who helps on the flag capture or anything like that, but I had grabbing the flag, going back home, touching your flag and scoring, or being killed, dropping the flag, and the enemy running over its own flag would return it to the main room. Scoring was not, great or anything like that. And I had no way of knowing about assist and all these things at the point. And Serge actually had on 2 levels a very, very good. So the levels, we basically had, the request was a tiny level, a medium level, and a large level. Because they wanted to have a level where you could play CTF with 4 people, or one where you could play CTF with 8, and then when you could play with 16 to 32 players, because Jedi was supposed to support 32 players, right? So that was the level, and Serge has the tiny one and the medium one ready really, really fast, and textures are not perfectly aligned. As I said, the yellow and red textures are temporary, and he did that himself and all that. And I have to, give him super props for that. My portion of the levels consisted mostly of talking to him and testing, and about layouts and how we would do things, and asking what he would need script-wise inside these levels, and I would do as a cog and so on. But he did most of the geometry of them. I was writing converbs and trying to get CTF working. Also, I don't recall. I think I borrowed a second machine from work to make that happen because I had to test multiplayer stuff, right? So, yeah, so they must have really loved our first delivery. The reason I'm saying that is that we were supposed to return, deliveries, but it was supposed to be a contract that lasted until almost March, right? I interviewed in October, and it was supposed to be like 4 months or something. But at our first delivery, which contained kind of working CTF without all the frills of assist in captures and so on, and 2 levels in a very decent state, though not fully polished, obviously, to ship. It's like literally a week and a half after that, I got an offer letter. So they must really have loved the delivery. Or they must have made up their mind already, and who cares how CDF does? I don't know, right? So yeah, this was barely a month after the interview that date. November 18th. I still have the offer letter. I mean, a scanned version of the offer letter. So I had the precise date for that. And okay, so let's put the smile away. Because, and it's nothing new for LucasArts, the offer is not great. Right? On the one hand, it's like working for LucasArts, yay. On the other hand, the compensation on there is kind of terrible, especially when you take into account that you would have to be relocated in Marin County. Or if you wanted to dodge Marin County, you would be looking at a very low commute. So I had experienced Marin County. I spent a week there during the interview now, and it is expensive. And I took the time to look at a few, brochures and apartments to rent and so on while I was on my interview in the evening. So I knew what the apartments would cost and so on. And I knew that offer was pretty low. I also knew that if I wanted to work with LucasArts, I would have to do something I hate, which is hibbling. It's something I really don't like to do, but this was not acceptable. And in your conversation with Brett Mogilevsky, this came up too, right? He also said there's this sort of Lucas tax that they are fine offering you a lower salary because so many people just want to work there, right? So it was pretty low, and obviously now things were getting pretty serious, and it was the time to start, confirming to my wife that yes, this thing might really be happening now. I know I say my wife, I should say my girlfriend. We were not married yet. And also talking a bit with the parents and all these things that we might just be leaving the country. So in any case, I went back to them on the offer and I said, this is really low. And I got it bumped up a couple of $1,000s per year. And in salaries of 97, a couple of $1,000s is not like an insignificant amount. And I also got, in return of the offer, they offered that, say $2,000 more per year and a sign-in bonus of $5,000, which, considering that they were going to give me a visa that was only valid for 3 years, that would be, $5,000 that I would have in hand. So that part was not horrible, and that made the offer go over the borderline into the yes, it's probably something, considering that it is working for LucasArts, but it's something that we might want to do then. So I signed the offer and I returned it, and they started working on all the administration. I mean, this required visa, not just a visa to go there for a week for an interview. This required a full work visa and so on. And that's going to take some time. And again, I'm going to have to go with my girlfriend, not wife, to the US Embassy, get interviewed by people and so on. And during that time, we kept receiving also once in a while CDs with the update of the game as they are making changes there. So in December, so like a couple of weeks after, we were talking with my wife and we decided, my girlfriend, and we decided to get married in a hurry because it would make things so much easier, and the situation as we basically move to the US would be so much easier to manage. Can go to an administration and say, yes, we're married. She's my wife. Any rights that are given to wives, she should have, right? Which doesn't necessarily, I mean, we were far from, people who are not married but living together gets the same right as married people. So we wanted to do that. And we were married really in a hurry, a very simple, tiny wedding. Didn't really matter to us. We've been living together for 8 years. We didn't. It was not an important thing. My wife didn't want, like, the princess wedding or anything like that. So, and so where are we now? We are starting 97. So we keep working on that. And I actually resigned from my DBA job because it would be really unfair for them that I would just like mysteriously disappear in, at some point when the visas are, all ready and I have plane tickets.
You could have worked for them remotely.
Yeah, I should have added that to the crunch mode on Jedi. But I did take a temporary job offer from someone I met through one of my clients there. So he always asked, I would have liked to have you do something for me, but I know it's not something your boss is interested in, selling me. And so at that point, I came back to the guy and I said, this thing there, how long is it? And he said, it should be 2 to 3 months. And I said, it's perfect. I'm taking it. And so, just so money kept coming in until we had to actually move to the US. And at some point, they had all their ducks in a row and the visas were approved. Again, we go back to the embassy to now get paper stickers with visas into our passports. And they take our fingerprints for the 11th time or something. And then I want to look at the date. Mid-March 97, all our things in our apartment are packed by movers. And we are 2 weeks from departure. And we are left with our cats and our luggage. And all our things are like in a container floating across the Atlantic. Thankfully, we're in Belgium and we have family and friends and whatever. It's not a hassle. And on top of that, everyone wants, to kind of say goodbye and see us. And we are invited to eating out pretty much every night. So it's not a big deal that this apartment is empty except for luggage and the cats. And on March 28, 1997, we fly to San Francisco. And that's myself, my wife, and our 3 cats. I got them to pay for the travel of the 3 cats, which was about $500 per cat for the plane ticket.
Really?
What? Why is the cat plane ticket almost as expensive as mine? But, And we arrived.
Why?
I don't know. We got there and there was a rental car that LucasArts had reserved, but that was ticking against the relocation money. So the sooner we could return it, the better. And they had reserved a cat-friendly hotel for us. So we moved in there. And on the first weekend, we were hunting for a used car, found a cheap used car, so could return the rental. And on the next weekend, we found an amazing apartment and horribly expensive. And once you find an amazing apartment after having looked and not liking, when you like, it's hard. So we decided to take it. And it was horribly expensive. In dollars, at the time, it was $1,250 per month for a very tiny two-bedroom apartment. We are in 97. So it's a lot of money. And so they asked us for first month and last month, and they asked us for $500, again, kind of like the plane ticket, $500 per cat, the deposit in case the cats damage the apartment or pee in the corner or whatever. So it's like immediately, $2,500 and $1,500, $4,000 are just like gone. And I don't know, we had maybe like $6,000, $7,000 available with us, right? So And but however, the apartment is amazing. It's truly refreshed. We go out. We have a balcony. We go out on a balcony. There's like hills of marine. There's deer grazing. And we see the McInnes Park in the distance. And there's awesome laundry facilities, swimming pool, and so on. If you come from Belgium, having a swimming pool accessible every day is not something that we have, right? So the weather is rarely good enough. No one has a swimming pool at their home. And all of that said, the best thing about this apartment is it's on the other side of the 101 highway from the LucasArts office. So the 101 is here, the apartment is there, the LucasArts offices are here, and I do not have to get on the 101 to get to work. I just go under it, right? The 101 is one of these nightmare things in the commute that, it was a very good advantage that I didn't have to do that. And about the same time, while we're still getting settled, I also go to Bank of America to open a bank account in the US. And that's when I learned that our credit, which was very decent in Belgium, is totally nothing in the US, right? So they don't want to give us a credit card. They don't want to give us anything until we have had months of salary and no debt and whatever. So they offer to open a secured credit card that they call. So basically, we put $1,000 in a savings account at Bank of America that we could not touch. And that was the guarantee for our $1,000 limit credit card. So if I ever not paid, they would take it off that special savings account. And so that's another one. And now $5,000 are gone. And our stuff is still floating somewhere over the Atlantic. And so we use a little bit of the last money we have to buy a crappy 25-inch TV, which isn't part of our stuff anyway, because electronics, we didn't ship anything electronic. And a CD boombox. We had a few of our favorite CDs with us in our luggage that we didn't want to put into the container. And we opened a phone. And so we have a phone on the floor. And we go to Target and we buy a $25 air mattress. And we live like that for 4 weeks with air mattress, TV, and the CD boombox on the floor. There's nothing else in the apartment except, a cat litter box and cats. Nice thing to have a balcony and nice weather when you have cats, though. So, yeah. So that was it, and I think that's about the start. That's I was done in theory with the relocation. Just had some paperwork to do and whatever. I had my own apartment, my own car, so I didn't have to be on the relocation dime to for the hotel or the car rental car. And I started working at LucasArts. And so obviously working on Jedi to do all that and then put me on something else that would be really weird. And it's not very long until the words crunch mode start being passed around, right? So crunch mode, I guess I'll talk a little bit about how we worked at LucasArts. But let's finish on the crunch mode because I said it. Crunch mode for me was, I was going to work at like 10 a.m. One nice thing about, me having a 5 minutes commute really by finding that apartment then is that I could afford to do something like that easily. I would start at 10 a.m. and I would come back home at 6 p.m. I would spend 90 minutes at dinner and spend 90 minutes with my wife. And then around 8, I would run back to the office. drive back to the office. And then we would work until midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And that's why I started at 10 a.m. because I needed to sleep also. Right? So, and we did that for pretty much 9 months. So it was pretty harsh. I mean, I was used to working hard, just like combining my normal DBA job and working on CTF and so on. But this was just on one single exclusive game. And my wife was terribly unhappy, and that was totally understandable. She's like, she's spending a lot of time alone in this country where she knows no one. And her command of English is not great. And the only thing she has to do, except, taking walks outside and whatever, is watch TV in a language that she doesn't know well. And she's forbidden to work. So she could not even, that's something we learned. We always thought that when they gave her an H4 visa, that's my bad, should have done better research there. I had an H1B visa to go work there. And they said, oh, this is accompanying visa and whatever. And I never, thought about it more. It seemed logical to me that would give my wife the authorization to work too if she has to move, right? But no. So when we went to get our social security cards with that H4 visa, she got a social security card that says not valid for work. So, and it would take 7 years for us to get the green card. So for 7 years, she was forbidden to work in the US. So anyway, working crazy hours on the crunch mode of Jedi and starting to get a salary from LucasArts. So that's on the positive side of things. And just both for me and for my wife around a few weeks later, I want to say 6 weeks later, a few paychecks, I decided that it's more than time now that we buy a PC, right? And a modem. And that we can finally get back on the internet. The only communication that my wife had with family was over the phone. I could send emails and so on from LucasArts, but that's it. So we're back to, a Dell PC and a 33.6K modem. And we are finally, after 2.5 months, then disconnected in Belgium, we're back on the internet. It's so unthinkable in today, right? That you would be disconnected from the internet for 2.5 months. Yeah. So made my wife a little happier, and then we started having games. And a bit later, a couple months later, I also bought an N64. My wife's also a gamer. No, she's not as hardcore as me, but it.
And you were finally able to play Shadows of the Empire.
Yes, and Outlaws on the PC that had got released in around there somewhere. I want to say a month or 2 months after I arrived. I don't really remember the release date from Outlaws offhand.
It was early 97.
Yeah. And so my wife gets to play, Mario and so on the N64, which makes the day slightly better. Yeah, so I want to tell you a few things about how we work on LucasArts, but maybe I should show a few of the concept stuff.
Yeah, please do.
Time. This is something that I already saw when I went to interview. These were the walls of conference rooms and some walls outside in between offices and so on were all covered with corkboard, and all these concept art was in there. I want to go there and give each of these things 2 seconds. People who are interested can pause, but then I also want to say that people who are interested can join the communities. We'll plug at the end where they can find all the concept art, not just the 8 or 10 that I'm showing right now. Many of these were by Peter Chan. And this one, however, I want to spend a second more. Sorry for the horrible resolution. This is a piece of concept art that got really distressed. It was pasted as pixels into something and totally lost resolution. By pixels, I mean as a screen grab or something like that. Mm-hmm. I totally lost the resolution of the original. But what's interesting is that it's signed both by Justin and Peter Chan. And this is the only piece of art that I've seen that I put. And this is Jarek's the Vengeance, and with a Star Destroyer as a size comparison. I don't know who drew what and so on, but it's the first time I've seen a piece of art signed by both.
Well, I plan to interview Justin Chin soon, so I'll be able to ask him.
That is awesome. And then let me show you a tiny bit about the production of Jedi Knight while I'm screen sharing, then I can just talk about it. So this is a picture from a part of the team that I want to say is pretty representative of the time. I'm not sure when it was taken. And well, let's go through. I mean, this interview is going to be long anyway. That's 10 more seconds. This is Ray Gresco, Justin Chin, Jacob Stephen, Duncan Brown, Rob Bugner, Len Rogel, myself, Reed Derlet, Tara Johnson, Ian Wang, Anthony Chang, the late Anthony Chang, Gary Gaber, Ralph Gerd, Brett Toasty, Laurie Beck, and Steve Cham. This is a picture. Actually, this is a super high quality picture for the times of Bock makeup during the production for the getting ready to be shot in the cutscenes. This is Kyle, Jason Bort, and Jan. This picture has terrible resolution. Ron and Sarius, and these are the weapon prop used in the cutscene and the lightsaber used in the cutscene for the game also. And this is on my wall right now. I apologize for the dust at the bottom. I don't see this dust because this thing is 1.5 meters above my head. So I took the picture. I realized after that with that light, it's extremely dusty. So at the end of the production, I think going a bit ahead of myself here, but I don't want to switch to screen share every 2 minutes either. They got, while the game was gold and we were waiting for it to release, they got us to sign a whole bunch of posters and each of us could, take one. And they did the same with boxes. So we also signed a bunch of boxes. Maybe these things are worth something on eBay. I'm not giving them on, I'm not selling them on eBay.
They're worth millions of dollars.
Probably. You can look at the bottom there on the left of the LucasArts logo. That's Justin's signature, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
And then real quick also the sales leaflets. So the sales leaflets are what LucasArts commercial people will go to Walmart and Target and Electronic Boutique and all that. They will go with that to them and say, we have this game coming out and we want to reserve shelf space, which is probably a notion that pretty much disappeared today. So you would literally have to go and bribe between quotes Walmart so they would reserve a foot of shelf space on their shelves to put the boxes for your game, so your game has a chance to be seen by player. And you would also kind of pay to put these cutout figures and promotional stuff around and all that. And so this document was what they were showing to the buyers from this company. I'm gonna go over and show the other side. I'm going to skip something real quick, and I'll come back to it in a second. And this is the back of it. I just wanted to show. This shows the features of the game and, a whole lot of things that the buyer from these stores and all that would want to know. And then I want to come back to this. This is the box for Jedi Knight that shipped. And this was a concept for this box that was made before. And then they polled the team to know which the team would like, to use for the actual box. And we all voted for this. And they shipped this. So where's my case?
I think that the preferred one was a bit of false advertising. So They wanted to use the 3D characters because it's a 3D. It has real-time 3D in the game. So...
Yes, you're absolutely right. And that was the case. But one is also so less 3D render, and the other one is a piece of art. That's my take on it, right?
And the leaflet says the multiplayer sequel to Dark Forces.
Yes.
So it seems like they didn't focus on the single player campaign that much in the advertisements.
I think that's why they added Dark Forces 2, because that took care of the single-player campaign. Star Wars, you're shooting things in Star Wars. Just saying Dark Forces 2 says that, but no, with multiplayer. All right, so that's basically, I think, their idea there. So let's talk about how things worked. Because it's not something that people say a lot in your conversation. I want to explain a few things about work at LucasArts. And it's not like meetings or anything like that. I'm just saying. First off, finally get to show some of these things that I have actually here so I can get them off my desk. this is a brand, new original LucasArts jackets there. Still has the tags and everything. I never wore that. I bought 2 at the time because there was a sale in the store, and I never wore it. And by the time my first one was ruined, I never wore this. And denim jackets had gone so out of fashion.
I know. I saw this in the adventure. I think there was one for the dig, a denim jacket with the dig.
Yeah, it's possible. There were 2 stores actually. So one store was at LucasArts itself. Sorry, I'm totally away from Microsoft. One store was at LucasArts itself, and they were selling really great stuff, really cheap. So, for instance, I think I picked up all LucasArts games for $2 to $5 each after I moved the first time I went to the store, and they had T-shirts at $2 and all that. Like I have literally 3 copies of the Full Throttle T-shirts, the green one, which says Quality Motors on the back and has a Quality on the front. I picked up 3 because it's a great T-shirt at $2. Why shouldn't I?
And did you get the fine leather jackets as well?
No, I did not. So that's the second store. And that second store is at the Lucasfilm store. And these are extremely expensive. Like for the time, they would easily be $75, $150 for a jacket. And so I did it. Money was a bit tight at the beginning, and my wife couldn't work. So we had to kind of count the dollars. So this is the Jedi Knight Dev Team T-shirt. This is the front, which is the Jedi logo. I will send
Jedi
you
Team 1996.
Yes, I will send you after this good pictures of this. If you want them, you don't have to grab them off video. And this is the back, which I think is really cool. As you can see, there is no mention of Dark Forces 2. It's Jedi Knight, The Force Within. There you go.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
And The Force Within is a cool tagline.
Yes, it's excellent. And I think that totally disappeared after that. I don't know why. But if you look at all the design documents from the time, they all call the game Jedi Knight, The Force Within. And the only relation to Dark Forces is that Cal is the main guy. So I also have the Mysteries of Sith t-shirt. I'll show that one in a minute. It doesn't require screen sharing or anything, so that's very easy. How were things organized? I don't think I heard anyone in your conversations explain this. Programmers had offices. I think I mentioned a couple of times already that Ray and Rob were sharing an office. And Jan and Winston were sharing another office, and Winston left. And I cannot recall if it was extremely soon after I arrived or a couple of months after. I don't recall. But when he left, I was assigned a free empty spot into the office with Jan. Programmers had offices, and project leaders like Justin had an office, because some management could just jump there, talk to them and whatever. So some of the more experienced people had an office, but most level designers were in a pit in front of the offices of the programmers, and the artists were behind. And it's an arrangement that makes sense because level designers will talk a lot to programmers and talk a lot to artists, where programmers much more rarely talks, to artists. QA was a whole level away. So you would get your steps in when you wanted to go to QA to try and reproduce ask them to show how they reproduce a bug that they figured out.
The QA or the test bit?
Well, yes, call it, I guess QA. It was the test bit. QA is a word more from today, I guess. I myself mostly collaborated with the level designers and programmers, obviously. I rarely, except for social reasons, rarely talk to an artist. I went down to the test pit quite a few times, however, especially since, some of the bugs, you get bugs in a bug database, and then you get a bug, there are reproduction step, and you try, you cannot. And then pick up your phone and call the tester who reported us, says, I'm going down, get ready to show me this bug because I cannot reproduce it. So done that dozens and dozens of times. And there was this tester called Mathieu. That was his signing on the bugs, Mathieu, and the guy is called Matthew Azeveda. And the guy opened 5,500 bugs, I think, on the Jedi bug database. It was crazy. Not all of the bugs that he opened were like worthy of, we need to fix this. Like, this thing's misaligned by 1 pixel or something. But the guy did insane amount of work on reporting bugs on JK. And he was staying super long hours and so on. Great guy, great tester. And then I described the different types, sub-professions, if you want to call it like that. Programmers, artists, and level designers. But then there is this other category, which is the man in the middle. Let's call them that, the art techs and so on, like Brett Toasty and Chris Ross and Jake Stevens, and of course the late Anthony Chiang, who are doing this absolutely phenomenal work of translating. They talk programmer to programmers and artist to artists, and they convey requests in terms that both sides understand without the programmer talking about this hardcore thing and the artist talking about, color palette and brush strokes. I'm exaggerating obviously, but that these guys in the middle are like the glue, and they would maybe be called also TDs in some places, the guys who do the glue work between all the teams and so on. I knew some of our sound guys and, people more on the periphery, but I cannot say I really work with them. And most of the artists, I knew them again from, because we were to grab food at the same time during crunch mode or things like that. But that's pretty much the only person who stood out for that reason, because she really helped me, was Leia May Nguyen, who was the only person I knew at LucasArts who actually spoke French. And I still owe the fact that I completed tax forms properly the first year. Because she helped me translate some of the things in there that I had really no clue, and dictionaries or whatever were useless and so on. So Jedi, I want to say this, was fueled by a lot of music, a lot of metal. Ray was listening to Megadeth pretty much all day, and I was listening to a lot of Iron Maiden and AC/DC and Metallica. And Rob and Yan were on slightly, cooler stuff like Tool and so on. And many of us had super long hair at the time, like, the Rockstar video game hair to the middle of our back. And the other thing that fueled the production of Jedi Knight was horrendous crappy calories. And so Steve Daughterman ordered from Costco Coke pallets. I'm not talking about Coke cases, Coke pallets. The thing, if you enter a Costco and you have this thing that's like 2 meters by 2 meters and is stacked with Cokes, that. Mm-hmm. And we would get a delivery in the middle of our pit, right? With, I want to say, 5,000 Cokes in there. And then on top of that, boxes of bags of chips and red vines and boxes of M&Ms and, you know, Twix and all that. So it was really unhealthy, but that, you know, powers you through long hours in crunch mode. And also they were catering food during crunch mode, often lunch, often dinner also. Those were not typically the most healthy options either. Although to be honest, dinner they sometimes offered salads and whatever as a choice, because with game programmers we need to pick the pizza, right? So I packed on so many pounds during that I don't even want to say the number, but thankfully I lasted afterwards. And it was also, drinking real Coke, not diet or anything. So
was that even an option? Did they bring in Diet Coke?
There was no
Coke Zero.
No, there was no Zero. They might have put some Diet Coke into the kitchen or something. But the pallet that was, in the middle of the pit was that. Ray and Rob also had the fridge in their office, so they had some Diet Coke there too. Rob was drinking mostly Diet Coke, if I recall correctly. So anyway, that's maybe a little bit offset by the fact you had to walk up a level upstairs to go to the test pit, but it was pretty bad. It was not bad.
So when was the Gold Master created? I know that the game was released in October 97.
Yes.
When did you guys,
a month
freeze
before
development?
I want to say, okay, so that's, there's two things. Gold is just like, we're done, right? But we, also before that, we reached a stage where we do freeze development and everyone gets locked out of the code unless we get a critical bug to fix. And these are, I don't want to say pair program, but you have Ray and Rob standing over your shoulder while you fix that, looking at every character you type on your screen, and then you get special unlock authorization to put it into source control, and then the next build gets built. That was probably, I want to say, it was shipped in boxes at the time. So when you had a gold, it still took, duplication time, like making the CDs and manuals had to come from printers and boxes had to be printed and assembled. And then all that needs to go from warehouses to the places that sell the game. So I want to say 3 weeks to a month before the actual ship date. It's a good segue, though, because that's exactly the time where I invited Alex Novikov to LucasArts. So it was totally undercover. I had no authorization to show him the game before it released. I had no authorization to even let him in the offices of LucasArts. I just did it. So I invited him over and he paid for his plane ticket and I offered my futon in our second, second bedroom for the couple of nights that he stayed. And I showed him around LucasArts and I showed him the game, and then we sat down and talked about, people must have known, you don't have some random guy sitting in the middle in the office and just not wonder who he is. And then he would go out of there with, ideas and a little bit of leg up and some knowledge of the formats to start working on the Jedi Knight editor chat. So during the production, I was doing kind of managing the CTF stuff as an outsource with Serge, who was still for a while, because we got that extra 4th level added, right? So the contract did not end in March. He extended it a little bit more to do the 4th level. So we were, talking, and he was sending me updates, and I was just putting his stuff into the game. And then, except for CTF, I was working on force powers and weapons, and a very, very tiny bit of Leia. So the level editor Leia, mostly in quality of life stuff, and in that, mostly in the way you would in Leia link objects that are the targets of a script. So it was a little bit more user-friendly to, when say you have a button and door script, more user-friendly to select the button at the door. So it would be faster to place that script in a level. And that, speaking of button and door, that was one of my tasks too, to write general purpose scripts like button and door. So the level designers wouldn't have each of them in their own level, write a button and door script, because there would be a button and door in almost every level. So this were like the 0_ scripts in Jedi that were universal across the game and not per level. And then, of course, each level designer would come to me and says, okay, button and door is great, but in my level, I also want the button to do that sound or this or that. And then it became a choice whether do we expand the general button and door to be able to create a sound, or do I make a special version for this guy for that level? So that was pretty much my task there. Oh, and of course, expanding the code language itself continually. And because I had my start in mods, I also added quite a bit of stuff in card that's not necessary for the game Jedi Knight. That was just there for, people making mods later on. Like, for instance, maybe we use this set thing flag in the game, but we never use a get thing flag. I would add it, the back end to the verb, the code verb get thing flag. So the modders later would be able to have a coherent API that had both the get and the set, even though in the game, and I'm not saying that's the specific example, that was the case, but I just wanted to make things coherent. And when I wrote a cog, sometimes I tried to, when I was using a complicated flag, because I know I agonized over finding out what the flags meant in Dark Forces, I would put a comment across what that flag actually did and so on, just with the idea to help people who would be making mods after that. One other thing I remember, that I was, thinking about this phase last weekend to see what I would be able to say about that. One fun thing that happened during crunch mode is that sometimes you would have Jonathan Ackley pop by your office, and then he would open the door, he would knock, he would open the door, and then he would deadpan the last Curse of Monkey Island joke that he was working on and seeing our reaction to see if it was really funny or not. So I just drive by Monkey Island joke or insult exchange or whatever. What else?
It was spoiling the game for you guys because,
yeah, maybe
you guys probably didn't have time to go to the pizza orgies for the Curse of Monkey Island because you were busy with Jedi Knight crunch mode.
Yeah, I don't think so. Funny enough, in the next company after that, we will keep the concept of a pizza orgy. Because it's a great idea. I don't think I actually participated in one in LucasArts myself because we were crunching pretty much the time I arrived until the end of Jedi. So, although we might have done one for Mysteries of the Sith. Okay. You would have to ask.
Now, speaking of Mysteries of the Sith, in 1998, you were credited as a programmer on Mysteries of the Sith. Mm-hmm. How soon after the release of Jedi Knight were you approached to work on this expansion?
2 days.
Wow.
9 months of crunch mode, and then I get called in Steve Dorderman's office, and I was literally, okay, that's not entirely true. We had a little bit of downtime in between the gold mast, the final authorized build where we got into that locked mode with only critical bugs, so we couldn't really write code related to Jedi at some point. So it was more downtime and signing the boxes and the posters and all that. So it was a little bit of rest there. But literally 2 days after, I think I had, 3 days. I had 2 days off in between. And I was literally wondering for a while, what are we doing? Is Justin gonna call us all in some room now and start thinking about, because I never participated in a design for a game, right? Is Justin gonna call us all in a room and tell us this team is disbanding? Or is he gonna call us into a room and say, let's start designing Jedi Knight 2? I have no clue, right? But Steve Dorderman called me and says the Mysteries of the Sith team needs coding help. And from the next minute, I was on the Mysteries of the Sea team. I knew some of the guys there. I knew Aaron Giles and Rich Five and Steve Shaw and even Steve Ash. I knew them because we had monthly programmers meeting. Even during crunch mode, we had really 1 hour of monthly programmer meeting where we were exchanging cross things, ideas. That's in one of those that we talk about like crashing people's fishes when we detect copy protection. Trying to circumvent copy protection. So I knew all the programmers, but I had no idea about the level dezyners. I didn't know them and so on. So it's like, Sheedy and Ryan and Chris Clark and all that. But it was great too. They were most of them on the Outlaws team, I guess, with shipped Outlaws. And it was surprised because maybe it was hush-hush or it was just maybe me in crunch mode and not paying enough attention to stuff around or something, but they had started for mods already from, an earlier cut of Jedi. And I think they were pulling in the latest code from Jedi as we made big changes to the game, but not necessarily everything. They had started modifying Leia to add support for colored lighting and all these things. And when I joined them, I just got asked to help on, because I wrote CTF, they asked me to write the KFY, Kill the Fool with the Salamiri script, which had many things in common, like scoring and things that you can drop or carry and so on. And then I got asked to help on the Carbonite gun. And the last thing I think is the saber throw. Like, try to get lightsaber throwing working properly, which is a pretty horrible thing. Like, the lightsaber was kind of like a weapon model attached to your hand in Jedi Knight, right? And so you have to make that thing disappear and then spawn a lightsaber thing. And like toss it at the right time in the middle of the throw animation. And then, have that thing flying and spinning across the level. But then what? In the ideal case, I'm in a big room and that thing flies back to my hand and it's easy. Now, what if I enter a side corridor? What if I crouch into a crawl space? What happens then? And so we agonized about a few of these things. And ultimately, there was safety code that if it had a return after 2 seconds or whatever, it would just pop back in your hand and just drop all the hedge cases, make the thing that's flying disappear, pop the lightsaber back in your hand, and solve 100% of the bugs like it.
Yeah, but it was so fun to throw your lightsaber, so it was worth it. Even though you got a lot of edge cases to handle.
It was. But that was, I want to say, end of October. And we had a little bit of a break for Christmas, like a week off maybe for Christmas. And Mysteries shipped mid-February 98 or something.
Yeah, so it was 4 months after Jedi. And you had the holiday break in the middle.
That was for me anyway.
You shipped the game and you probably had to have a Gold Master. So you shipped the game with what? 1 month of extensive work on the expansion pack?
Yes, it was not as terrible a crunch mode as Jedi. It was much shorter. And
but when did you find the time to add? When did the team have time to add the colored lighting, the new textures,
because
the enhanced AI?
They started before the Gold Master. They branched the code there, and then they only integrated, important changes from ours, but they are already branched into making Mysteries of the Sith. They had their own scripts already, probably, I want to say, 6 months before our Gold Master. I didn't know, that's the thing. Maybe it was a hush-hush thing. Imagine, when did Outlaws ship? April?
Outlaws, it was April 97.
So let's give them a month of vacation, which never happens, but just say they had a month of vacations. They could very well have started on this in May, right? taken our code from Jedi Knight in May and then integrated important changes that we made later and start working on Leia and adding colored lighting to the engine and all these things in May. So it's not impossible, I want to say.
But branching out so early into the development, well, not early, but 6 months before the game ships, what if they add major changes to the Sith engine between... Yes.
You have to live with it. And suffer and to reintegrate it. I don't know. As I said, I did not even know that they were doing it, right? So I was seeing these guys at programmers meeting, but they never said, "Oh, we're working on Mysteries of the Sith." It's always like these, hush things, and like they don't advertise things. You might learn things. It might not be secret enough that you cannot learn it, but that doesn't mean that they are, yelling it and and that you always hear it. So one thing during this, and while we're talking about Mysteries of the Sith, I want to show you two things. First off is, so front again, Mysteries of the, trying to
I want this t-shirt. Production Crew 1997.
Yes. Team t-shirt.
You always insisted on writing the year in which it was in production and not the year in which it was released.
Well, yeah, but that's because I made the t-shirts early. And you never know when a game is going to ship. If you know when a game is going to ship, you could probably take bets on it today. And the back. So I'm not sure how well I can show the back, really. It's so huge.
Yeah, I saw this. It's everyone's names.
I don't even know if I'm showing you, but yeah, I think so.
And Colin.
I'm going to slowly move
You're
it up.
You're the second.
It's alphabetical order.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm just going to scroll it up. That's all I can do. I have a picture of this that I can probably send you also. Although it's full of cat hair because somewhere...
Mysteries of the Sith Dream Team.
Yes.
Well done.
Somewhere my cats found this t-shirt for some reason. And I'm trying not to wear them or wash them. That's how they are in this condition, right? So, but the cats at some point found them. I really need to find a roller to remove the cat hair. Just, don't do it. One thing I was asked to do towards the end of the Mysteries of the Sith was to review. We were doing peer reviews. That was a pretty common thing, right? And I was asked to peer review the stuff for Indiana Jones and the Inferno Machine, like all the programming non-Jedi. It's not like I was asked specifically, right? And so this is the design document. And I'm not sure if there is anything like, it's mostly text there. I was looking for an illustration or anything.
I went over it I had a live stream with Hal Barwood a while ago.
Yes.
And we looked through it.
And this was the technical design document. There's a lot of good stuff in there where they talk about how they have to modify Jedi, like to support, climbing ladders and using the whip and so on. I don't find much on Marcus, which is the iteration of Leia that they made for this. There's nothing very, talking about that here. Actually,
in my conversation with Hal Barwood, he mentioned the difficulties of adapting the Sith engine to the Tomb Raider style third-person game that Infernal Machine is. Were you consulted at all before the decision was made to use the Sith engine for this type of game?
Not at all.
Would you even have recommended it if they asked you?
If you told me that you wanted to hang from ledges and climb ladders, I would have said, sure, but you're going to have to special case quite a few things, like only remove the collision while you climb the ladder, right? And it's not impossible at all. But no, it's not that. This is not using Havoc or anything like that. It's a handwritten collision system that just handles the specific cases that are needed for Jedi Knight. That's all. You don't have this kind of collision. It's not in the code.
Everything's hard-coded.
Yeah, exactly. So, and no one's going to spend the time to do that. I'm gonna grab the screen one more minute to show just a couple of things about Mysteries of the Sith while we are on it. This one.
And the thing is that now that Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine has a level editor, you really notice the limitations of the Sith engine. Because in the final game, it works well, plays well. You can play the game and, things like hanging off a ledge or collisions work fine. But now that people have a level editor and they try to make, either have a ledge spiral down or anything like that, and the engine can handle this type of situation.
Yeah, so their level designers were really aware of the limitations of the engine and they never exceeded them, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can totally see that. We have extremely little concept art for Mysteries of the Sith. That's all I managed to recover. And I mean, I have a lot for Jedi Knight. I just showed like 10 images, but I have dozens and dozens and dozens. But this is all I found for Mysteries of the Sith. And while you're at it, I showed the team picture for Jedi Knight. I don't have a team picture for Mysteries of the Sith, but I have the phone list for the team, which has pictures of people. I'm not going to go through and tell you the names because they are all there. So that was long before I joined. So funny to see.
Ollie Ramos. I interviewed him. Do you remember your extension?
I think I kept my extension from Jedi because you would move around with your extension. You could just program your phone to a specific extension.
But do you remember what it was?
If I bring my business card back.
No cheating.
for something with 4s and 6s, that's all I remember.
8446.
8446. There you go. So anyway, you can pause on that if you want to look at these guys.
I have the LucasArts phone list from May 5th, 1994.
Oh, from 94. I have a one from 97.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So that's the same one that got scanned there, I guess. And so there is also, this again, sales leaflet for Mysteries of the Sith. I was just showing it 2 seconds, and then anyone who is interested can just pause and so on. So there you go.
So you know, Mysteries of the Sith is my favorite entry in the Jedi Knight series.
I like it. I like Jedi too. It was pretty different, and I am a huge fan of Timothy Zahn's trilogy. So yeah, I mean, picking Mara and Lisa Lamir and so on, that's right up my alley. One last thing before I close down on this, and I'm showing things, is this is one thing that was also given to me there, which was the LucasArts. Oh, sorry, it's just very hard to like, the Jedi Knight.
Is this storyboard?
Storyboards, yes. So I'm just gonna just flip to one page in there. I don't really care which one. And then I'm gonna plug the fact that we'll put somewhere a link to places where you can actually find this stand. Instead of me trying to flip through 91 pages of storyboard so people can see the storyboard. And then another document that I was given at the time was this, story document for Jedi Knight. This was like very low tech, almost typed like it was typed with a typewriter. And again, this is scanned and you can find it at the exact same places. I really hope you let them celebrate how to plug the community a little bit. Yeah, so that's I think it for Mysteries of the Sith. One thing I forgot to say at Jedi Knight, and applies to Mysteries of the Sith also, the day the game gets released, tradition is the programmers go to the mall and go and lunch at the mall and go see the game on the shelf as Electronic Boutique. And that's a tradition that will last until, we don't make boxes for games anymore. Yeah, and we did the same for Mysteries of the Sith. It never gets old to see in all my entire career, seeing Jedi Knight on the shelf at Electronic Boutique is still one of the big hits, right? So, and the same with Mysteries of the Sith. And it stays the same over the years with other games that ended up on the shelves. It never gets old.
Also in 1998, you were thanked in the credits for Star Wars DroidWorks.
Yes.
What exactly did you contribute to the project?
I'll answer that, and then I have bad thing to say. But this one is not a bad thing. This one is a really good thing. DroidWorks is also using the Jedi Knight engine. And it is using COG and so on. And I was asked by mostly Mac Kateshi to help a little bit and do some knowledge passing on their designers on COG, and give an explanation session and look at some COGs and maybe help a little bit with them. And I also had a talk with John Blossom, who was the lead programmer, to about maybe making new code verbs if they needed them and so on. And that was it. I mean, I probably spent about, I want to say, 2 days with them and and all that, and they very graciously gave me a credit in the game for it. But that's the extent of my involvement with it. Except that Droidwood was pretty awesome. So the one bad thing that I want to say. So Mysteries of the Sith ships mid-February. However, I have the date because I have the document. On February 3rd, we are asked, all of us, to sign the NDA for episode 1 information. And that NDA outline, I have no other word for it than paranoid rules about episode 1 materials, and kind of stuff changed the atmosphere changed at LucasArts. There was a general hush-hush. People who were somehow notified that they would be probably working on episode 1 games became isolated. And I'm not saying that in a terrible way, right? And I mean literal isolation. They sent people to put white cardboard on office windows. They locked on all conference rooms that would be related to episode 1. They had we were allowed, some people anyway, were allowed to go see the storyboards and so on, but those were under lock and key. You had to sign in to the person who was next to that, some producer person who was next to that. You had to sign in, and then you would be given the keys, and then you would have to sign out when you get out and return the keys. And you would find documents on the table and so on that you would be able to read all on your own. No one else in the room and so on. And funny thing about that is, obviously, we're also told not to talk about it, but then we do. Like, what would you expect? So between each other, I mean, right? So, and that's when we realized that they were showing us different things. They had different critical scenes, they had different endings, and they were showing people different things. I mean, obviously, it's to avoid leaks and whatever, or make so many leaks that it doesn't make any sense that two totally different endings leak, right? But still, I mean, they were in effect lying to us, which is not great. It's not like anyone ever said, you might notice that there are various endings, and this is to avoid leaks. No, they just literally lied to us and never said anything. Also,
but what was the point? Did they do that in order to find a leak, to see who would leak a certain storyline that they know that only one person has seen? Because usually when you work on a game that's a tie-in for a movie, then you need to know the plot, because either the game follows the plot or it expands on that universe. But if you just share fake storylines, what's the point? Just don't tell anyone what's in the movie and let them have their expanded universe in the game.
I think they only did that for selected scenes and the very ending, right? And I think their idea was that at some point, this gives them background on what's happening. They'll know that there is this guy with the floppy ears, and and there would be some underwater stuff there and some queen there, and all of that, and you would learn that without necessarily knowing the ending, and that would probably be enough to start working on the game. And then at some point the game would ship, much likely way before your game is finished, right? So I think maybe they thought that you could catch up at that point, or
maybe if they would have allowed more people to see Jar Jar Binks before the movie, they would have had time to remove him completely from the movie and the saga.
I totally agree with you. I think Episode 1 is the most terrible Star Wars movie ever made, including the sequels. So, yeah, I agree. And also, our wives could not walk to our offices. Like, usually, our wives just be able to go to the lobby and then walk in and say, hey, let's go to lunch or whatever. That was all, ended also. And it was, pretty paranoid. Yeah. So that was that.
Now, during your time at LucasArts, Grim Fandango was also in production. Yes. Now, even though you're not credited on the game, I'm curious to know if you assisted the development team in any way, whether through, tools, advice, or programming support, because this game marked the shift from the 2D adventure games, which, Curse of Monkey Island was the last 2D adventure game, to 3D titles like Grim Fandango.
The short answer is no. I had a lot of talks, some talks, I don't want to say a lot of talks, but some talks with Brett, but I cannot say I had one iota of influence on the design or programming of Grim, which was also an awesome game. I want to put that out there. And I have one anecdote about Brett. He had an awesome emerald iguana in his office. So people would go and go just to see the iguana. It was very friendly too. Would not bite your fingers off, right?
Now, you talked about Star Wars Episode 1 and the NDAs, and even though Obiwan, which was a game that was released in 2001, 2 years after the Episode 1 was released, you got to work on it during the early stages while you were at LucasArts.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a bit on your contributions to the game and why it took so long to ship the game 2 years after Episode 1?
My answer is yes and no on can you elaborate on, things. Yes, I worked on it. And my task was they wanted to get rid of the Leias and Marcuses and whatever, and they wanted to get back to real 3D tools, namely 3ds Max in this case. So they wanted to get back and use 3ds Max as the level editor for this next game. And so my task was to learn 3ds Max, which I didn't know at all, and learn its API, and there was nothing else for me. So I wrote a generic exporter from 3ds Max, meaning I wrote something in a generic format, maybe text even at that point, that would, very much like, the Jedi Knight level format or something like that, that would spit out every vertex, every face, every UV, every normal, and so on from 3ds Max in something that I was making. And that was a plugin for 3ds Max, and it worked. Although it was difficult because they wanted to support construction history. And that's the first level editor in a game where they wanted to support construction history. Meaning, say you want to build, you have an hexagonal column and then you taper it out and then you bend it or whatever. And then they wanted to be able to go back to the decision at the beginning to make that an hexagon and change that to an octagon. And then the con should be an octagon extruded and then bent. And real 3D tools support this sort of stuff. However, the API was extremely finicky about getting the data out at the right time in that transformation. And that made me scratch my head for quite a while. And they also wanted to use the binary tools, meaning by that, like, subtract the mesh from a mesh and so on, and be left with the impression. Say you would take a cylinder and bend it, and then you would put it on halfway in the floor, and you would subtract it, and now you might have a riverbed. Just a stupid example, right? So the 3ds Max was able to do this and subtract geometry from geometry. So they wanted to support that also. For me, it didn't make any change. It was still, faces and words and UVs and normals. But so that was one of the main reasons they wanted to do that. Build complex objects easily. Well, like, to be honest, making levels for Jedi Knight is, or Dark Forces for that matter, pretty much is pretty hair-pulling compared to, for instance, making a level for Quake, where you basically make your levels with Lego blocks. Dark Forces Jedi is basically making your levels by like scratching solid matter from a world of matter to make empty spaces in it. And once you scratch the room, you cannot unscratch a catwalk in the middle unless you undo enough that you think about making the catwalk as you're carving. So yeah, they wanted to get back to something that was much easier for the level designer to use. And I work on that, and I want to say, let me guess. I left July, and this was probably mid-February, so probably for like 3 months or something. And then I went to a few meetings, and I felt like nothing happened, right? We had a couple of meetings. There's always a meeting like that in a game company where you try to spec the next gen, right? Whether it's on console today or on PCs at the time, you try to spec the next gen. Not what's out today, but your game's going to take 2 years to ship. What will be the CPU that a good portion of gamers will have? What graphic card will they have and all that, right? Because that's your target. Your target's not the hardware from today. Your target's the hardware from in 2 years. So these kind of meetings happened. And then there were some kind of empty-ish meetings about direction, gameplay, story that I came out of with like the idea of, we don't know what we're doing. And it's not like people didn't offer ideas. It was like there was some sort of resistance, or maybe they already knew that this game was going to be given to some other team, or that it might turn into an episode 1 game, or that it would not be a PC game, which it turned out not to be. Basically, when I left LucasArts a bit later, that was in the void. And I certainly didn't get a credit in the game, and I'm not sure they use the exporter for 3D Max at all, or that they use 3D Max. I just don't know.
Yeah, but they could have thanked you at least.
Yes, maybe. Do they thank Steve Shaw and all that? I mean, he was, leading that. But I think they just, at some point after I left LucasArts, I think they just dumped that entire project on another team. I have no information. I'm talking, out of thin air here. I honestly have no idea, Daniel, what happened.
I think they just don't thank people in case they left the company by the time the game shipped.
That's not impossible either. I think Steve Shaw is going to leave LucasArts at some point, really close to that after too. It's going to go to Microsoft, I think, Steve Shaw.
So when did you leave LucasArts, and what was the last project you worked on there?
So that was my last project, and I left in July. There was something I want to show you about July, because July has the 4th of July, and the 4th of July at LucasArts is a picnic at the ranch. So I'll show a few pictures. You might have already seen these pictures. So this is me at the 20th LucasArts Daniel Lucasfilm picnic, standing there by that pool. I think, I have lost like these 30 pounds ever. Mostly. So the picnic at the ranch is a big affair. There's a marching band and there's an ocean of car. And I want to say there's probably like 2,000 or 3,000 people at the picnic at least every year.
Wow.
So this is a huge thing. There's probably, I think, 10 of these big tents and so on. So let's get a little George picture in the middle. And it's obviously they have catering. And also, this is an interesting thing. To get to the ranch from, say, LucasArts, you have to drive almost 20 minutes through like a winding road alongside a canyon. So if there was a big fire at the ranch, it would be impossible for, fire department from, Nevada or the town on the other side to reach that in time. So Skywalker Ranch maintains its own fire department. At the time, they had 2 fire trucks, and obviously, it's 4th of July, they exposed the fire trucks for the kids and so on. And also, they're really close to in case someone does something stupid with a cigarette or something.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And they should have had a hospital on site as well.
They actually, I didn't select this picture, but they do have a nurse tent during this with a couple of nurses and, things to heal scratches kids occur during the picnic and so on.
Nurses is one thing. You might need doctors that are, that would get there faster than at least 20 minutes. Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, yes, maybe they should have. Maybe I don't know exactly the equipment they had in the nursing, but yes, especially when you have like 2,000 people.
Especially in crunch time. Yeah, especially in crunch time, you drink Coke all day and eat pizza. You might die on site.
Yes, could give like a cardiac arrest or something.
Yeah.
So this is me again in the foreground with this Jedi Knight t-shirt that I just showed. And this is, I want to say, the closest I've been to George Lucas in my life.
Wow.
Despite working, at LucasArts for like 2 years, this is the closest, like 5 meters that I've been to George Lucas. It never made a habit to pop up at LucasArts. All the time I was there, I never saw George Lucas swing in the office. I never heard rumors like George is going to come and see a demo of this game. Get ready. None of that. And then for the picnic, we received this like half page of instructions to not go talk to George at the picnic. Do not go and crowd him or ask him questions. He will come to you if he wishes. I mean, that makes my chance to talk to George Lucas 1 in 3,000, assuming he even spends time of his picnic, to talk to a random person he sees. So yeah, not a chance to go talk to him. And at this specific picnic, George has also invited Francis Ford Coppola to, and he was walking around with him. It's not here in this picture, but he was walking around with him. And Coppola had brought like 100 bottles of his wine. And I am not sure, I suspect this is the wine that was made from the grapes at Skywalker Ranch. There's a lot of grapes at Skywalker Ranch. And I learned later that they made a joint venture where the bottling plant for one of the Coppola wineries was actually dealing with all the grapes from the Skywalker Ranch, and they were selling that. I can't recall the name. It might have been like Skywalker wine for all it is. I don't recall, sorry. These, you'll see immediately a lower quality of picture. These are pictures from this main house that I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, it's the house from Maniac Mansion.
Yes, if you want. And I believe this one is George Lucas' office when he is present at the ranch. Well, in any case. And this is Lake Ewok. And this is the place where at the end of the night, they're going to start fireworks from. Because, that means half of the fireworks have a chance to fall in water, I guess. And also you can see in the back.
You got the fire department there, so it's fine.
You do, but you see, these are the hills of Marin in July. Everything in Marin is this color in July. And it's basically a huge, gigantic tinderbox. And normally fireworks are prohibited these days and so on. And you can see the sea of cars there. There's a lot of people at this picnic. And this is a picture that I stole from, I think, Eric Wilmunder. He posted this on the LucasArts alumni group, and I stole this picture to show you. This is the gates to the ranch, but this is a picture. Let's see the quality. This is a picture from 2023 or something like that.
58.
Yep. So that's the entrance to George's Ranch.
So in July 1998, you started working at Nihilistic Software,
yes,
where you contributed to games like Vampire the Masquerade Redemption and Marvel Nemesis, Conan, Zombie Apocalypse, and others where you were credited, and also worked on titles like God of War, Homespace, and Chronicles of Narnia,
yes,
where you weren't credited.
Yes.
So what can you share about your 14 years there?
At least 2 games that you did not mention that were canceled, including one from Blizzard about Starcraft.
Starcraft Ghost.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, we're already 4 hours in, Daniel. Should we accelerate this a little bit? Let's see. So I had one day off. My last day at LucasArts was July 7th. My first day at Nihilistic was July 9th. So that was it. I should have thought of keeping my screen share on the talk. Nihilistic is the startup. There's nothing more startup than Nihilistic. And I'm going to prove this. So first off, we get a check from Activision.
Wow.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in a minute. We get that. And then we get an absolutely empty office. And then we get boxes delivered from IKEA. This is the true game development startup experience. And then we assemble desks, right? And then the office start getting constructed and so on. And this shelf was made as kind of a trophy. When Nihilistic starts, every box that is in there is a game that someone at Nihilistic had worked on, which isn't bad for an 8 to 12 person company at the time.
So who worked on Full Throttle that was at Nihilistic?
I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the boxes. Is there a Full Throttle box? It's possible.
No,
I don't know about the posters, really, honestly. I don't know, but the boxes were like that. So Rob actually worked on Starcraft, or level designers that we hired used to work on Raven Software on the Quake extensions and so on and so forth. And we even had Anthony who worked on things as far back as Falcon, Flight Simulator, and so on. More office decoration. You can see our wonderful monitors, and we actually get a second monitor there, but a tiny one and monochrome for debugging. And this is the first picture I have of myself in the office, which is much higher quality. I think it's a few months later. It's not, the first month or anything like that.
Look at those speakers.
Yeah, and yet, even though we had these speakers, that was mostly to play Quake at night and so on, because during workday, we pretty much all use headphones constantly, right? There's always a pause in the office, except if I would wave Inger, or Inger would wave at me if we wanted to ask something and so on. And so Inger actually had made the switch once at Nihilistic from the lead level designer to a programmer. And it was a very good programmer. He was tired of making levels, I think. These are more pictures of people there. And this is me with some of our level designers, probably looking at some bug in the editor. And this is our business cards, which are very dark. And as you can see, they made the huge mistake of letting us pick our emails handles. So my email is now deathangel@nihilistic.com. And this is my Quake handle, basically. And everyone else who was using this sort of thing too. Like Ray was Moon God, and Rob is Inner Loop, and so on. So Nihilistic, all the people who formed Nihilistic, we all wanted to do really dark and gritty and mature games, right? We wanted to make games for adults. I'm not arguing about, sex or anything like that, but just dark and gritty, mature games where we wouldn't be afraid to show, blood or someone being killed and all these things. And ideally, we wanted to make either, a mature RPG or a mature shooter, right? One or the other would be our dream thing. And there were some ideas floating around, and then a pitch, and that was pitched to Activision as a dark RPG game and so on. I can't recall what was that pitch, to be honest, but it didn't really matter because after being pitched, Activision says, that is great, but that's not what I want from you. You want to make a dark RPG? We have the Vampire the Masquerade license, right? So use our license. And it's Vampire the Masquerade. Let me find this prop here. This is one of the books of rules of Vampire the Masquerade. But there's it's not quite Dungeons and Dragons, but they have a crap ton of rule books. It's an established RPG, and they have a user base who are hardcore about their game and so on. And then I guess went out of there saying, sure, that sounds like a great idea. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to be totally truthful to Vampire the Masquerade. It's like Dungeons and Dragons when you play it. I would say at least, depending on what your group is, 30 to 50% of your time is killing monsters, right? Vampire the Masquerade players are not like that at all. Combat is a more rare occurrence, and they want to concentrate on the role-playing aspect and, really impersonating vampires and so on. But we cannot sell that to PC players. We have to have some in the game. And the game has complex rules. And even though we will make an action game, basically, it still matters what your cursor is over. And you have a target, and you can spell spells on this specific target that respects the rules of the game. And your character has stats and equips weapons that have stats and so on. And the way you move through the game is very much like Diablo, pretty much point and click on the floor and so on. One thing I want to say when I was thinking in general before really diving about Vampire, it was, I guess, like many of these startups, probably, it was really an awesome atmosphere. There was nothing like, hierarchy, there was no George and a board above us. And pretty much we're in control of our own destiny. We work hard and we succeed at milestones and we get paid and we ship a game at the end. And we get paid for shipping the game at the end. Which is a very different concept from LucasArts. And also, there was a reason these people were chosen to start that company, is that we work well together and we are friendly to each other, which continues at Nihilistic, obviously, and we do cookouts, we go to 4th of July parties together, and, we have parties, we go to each other houses and so on. It's much more family kind of, work environment. We also organize stuff like, trips to Tahoe. And so at least while the company stays relatively small, because it's get prohibitive when you have to rent cabins in Tahoe and go for a full weekend there. This gets pretty expensive. Tahoe is like a lake and, ski station and so on. So we do keep some LucasArts tradition. I think I mentioned that before. We are going to do over the life of Nihilistic pizza orgies, and probably even expand the concept. And we will use, at least in the first few games, we will use Peter Chan for a good part of our concepts. And I guess community-wise, I never mentioned that at LucasArts. We had this tradition that on the Friday night, we would meet up at Marine Brewing Company, which is like an artisanal brewery in Larkspur. And we had people there from LucasArts, from Factor 5, from Totally Games, and now people from Nistic, and also often people from 3DFX and, vendors and people in the game industry, and people from GDC, extremely close to the organizers from GDC. And Rob's brother actually works at Game Development Magazine. So we start on Vampire, and we have 8 people when we start on Vampire. But really quick, it becomes really clear that we cannot ship a AAA RPG of all things, right? We're not talking about doing a twin stick shooters with mowing down monsters, right? It's RPG with rules and complex stuff. And we hire 4 more people. But we will ship the game with 12. So I have a few concepts from Peter Chan to show. Too many concepts. I actually have no idea who owns these. So I'm telling you right now, maybe we're doing something totally illegal by showing these. I don't. So this was a concept by Peter Chan of a poor soul in the game that was being literally bled dry, and then this blood would be distributed to vampires and so on. And I want to show this page of a magazine article that I'm showing this magazine because I don't have Jedi Knight running, or do I want to go back to trying to make it work on this brand new PC? And this is how it turned out in the game. While the scales are a bit different, but this shows how concept art got pretty faithfully rendered. And this whole thing, that's why I picked this page, also shows that you have a whole lot of styles in there. And this is a true RPG. Also, lets me remind myself that this is a party-based RPG. You can control 1 to 4 characters that will join and leave you as the story progresses. And you can basically direct any of these characters, Diablo style, and each of the other 3 would follow you as NPC and, find their way around. I did quite a bit of the AI for that. This configuration of one player, directing the game, and imagine they're going down, a set of stairs, right? And then you have your other 3 party members that are lined up behind, and then the player decides to turn around and click behind the barrier of 3 other players there. That was led to some fun, fixes. So some more. Other thing that I forgot, we have 2 time periods in this game. Part of the game is in Middle Ages, and then something happens, and our main character reawakens into the modern times. And we have 4 cities: Prague and Vienna in the Middle Ages, and then London and New York in the modern time. And this, you can see from the concept, these are definitely modern day concept. Just passing them through also. This is a really nice concept from Peter Chan about a special lock that happens to be in a skull. This one is another interesting thing, I guess, to talk about for a second. This is what a great concept artist is offering you. Not only showing you this building, but making this building with its interesting shape. And then he adds this tiny level, of detail here that will now have your level designer do, do something that is truly unique. That's what a good concept artist is for, right? Not just, show you 5 medieval buildings, add these little touches that the level designer might not think of for the artist. That's why you pay for concept artists. So, interesting things about about Vampire the Masquerade. This is this gigantic RPG that we have nothing, right? We are a startup. We did not forcefully take any code from LucasArts because we have kind of a fear that if we were making successful first game, maybe we would get sued because we based it on the Jedi Knight code or something like that. So we made a strict point of not having any LucasArts code. I mean, you never know. It's better to plan for evil. Then that way you don't get surprised. So this design explodes and so on. Oh, one thing I forgot about the design, this game has this game master mode. So because this is an RPG game there's a big core, fan base that wants to do real hardcore role playing. This game is multiplayer, and one of the players can be the game master, right? And we have this interface that gives special powers to that person to place items and so on live inside of a multiplayer game. That's what we call the storyteller mode, which is, we are a team of 12 and we're taking on something that is so ambitious, right? But we managed to pull this off. So this is the first game where we use C++. Like, bye-bye, C. Thank you for your service. Enough, right? This is also the first game where we are going to use sensible source control, which is per force, instead of the heap of junk that is source safe that we used at LucasArts. And because we have nothing, we're going to work on the engine, on a brand new engine, and that would be mostly Rob. And with some Ray in there, but Ray was not exclusively a programmer. He was the president of this company, and he was also kind of a figurehead and talking to publishers and so on. So he did not have full, programming time by far. If he had maybe 25%, might be a lot. Most of this engine was Rob with some, assistance from Inger and myself. On the tool side, though, well, we needed to start, and we had 2 level designers we hired that previously were at Raven Software working on the Quake mission packs. And happy circumstance, we are making a game for Activision. Id is also working with Activision at that time, so they arranged something, and we end up, meeting the Id guys to license QE Radiant from them. But just QE Radiant, not id Tech or, not the Quake engine, just QE Radiant, the editor. And we don't intend to use it like Quake. We don't intend to have BSPs or anything like that in our game, just like we didn't have BSPs in Dark Forces or Jedi, where Doom had them. But we want the Lego block construction kit, right? Brushes and build levels. But we will still use sectors and portals, just like in Jedi Knight or Dark Forces behind that. And our sectors are just basically a brush. We made them translucent so they get a chance to see their level through the sector brushes. But it's like that. One major difference to Jedi Knight is that the sectors in Jedi Knight were tied to the geometry. Here, we say, no, this is too complicated. This is what makes level building horrendous in Jedi Knight. No, our sectors are separate entities, and they are, joined together at portals and so on. And in the middle of the sector, do any geometry you want. We don't care. Make it as complex as you want. Well, there will be a limitation. We need to be able to render what's in there, right? But there's gone like the fact that the sectors are both the definition of the rendering traversal and the actual geometry of the level. And this lets you do things that were unthinkable in Jedi Knight. I mentioned that adding a catwalk would require you to pretty much undo, right? It's the same, it's the opposite here. Now, you want to go back and, you have frames left in that area, just go nuts. Add little decorations on your windowsills if you want to. It costs nothing. There's no more work to go back to and undo to be able to uncarve the space for the figurine, right? So that is really the best of both worlds at this point. We have a portal engine, but we have geometry almost as complex as we want. And the only real pre-processing is that we need to cleave that geometry as sector boundaries. We need to clip it. And then there's a super quick, remove all external faces, just so we don't carry that with us. But it wouldn't change too much in the rendering cost anyway. So yeah, that's it. Activision, the supervision was really nice. Great relations with Activision. I know later on Activision turned into this monster corporation, evil guys and so on, but our relations with Activision were great. Our relations with White Wolves, the guy who created Vampire the Masquerade, were awesome too. As I mentioned, Peter Chan. And we also get our cutscene worked on by a production company called Loco Production, and we actually going to hire Rocky from there for our next game. And later on, he'll bring his wife, and so that's it. It's still keep things in the family. We have a great author and great music. If you get a chance, it might be downloadable to get the Vampire the Masquerade soundtrack by Kevin Mante. It's a really good soundtrack. I mean, classical. So he did the Dark Ages, and that's all classical, where the modern age music, it's all made by a band called Youth Engine, and it's much more punk rock and so on. So we changed time period. Also totally changed the music style too much. I mean, I can talk about Vampire for 2 hours, but there's 10 more studios. It's up to you, Daniel. I have time, but you don't want to make this video like 12 hours.
Yeah, I think if you have one more thing to share about Nihilistic, and then we'll move on to Disney.
All right, so let's talk about Ghost if you want to do that.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's one of the most interesting things, and I have stuff that's never been seen. Briefly, all the other games after that, I'll get back to Ghost, but I just want to take 1 minute to talk about all the other games. We made a game called Conan for THQ, which is a God of War clone, basically, with what you use a critical disappointment. I scored like 70% Metacritic, but it was a disappointment for me to see the reviews because our artists put so much time into trying to make this game painterly and look like Franzetta paintings, because it was Conan, right? And people didn't really like it. That was kind of a disappointment for me because it was the great thing to do. If you wanted to be in the spirit of Conan, you had to have that art style. And also, in the spirit of Conan was not understood the same by some people. Spirit of Conan for me is Robert Howard. For some people, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger in the movies. Then we had like a twin stick shooter, Zombie Apocalypse, and we had another cancel game for Voyage of the Dawn Treader, the third book in the Chronicles of Narnia. Not our fault, not anyone's fault, really. The movie fate was in such a way that Disney Interactive, who was producing for us, pulled out of that movie. And I mean, obviously, they pulled out of the movie any game that was really, it would just be, killed instantly. And then we did a twin stick shooter with zombies. And then I think we we hit this wall in the games industry where a AAA team became 500 people. And at that time, we were 55. So we had the choice. We would either be able to grow to 500 and likely totally lose our soul. Right? The fact that we were all close and doing stuff together. You cannot do that with 500 people. And or we would switch to something else. And in this case, this something else, because we had really good relations with Sony, we make a PlayStation Move game called PlayStation Move Heroes that had all the big animated Sony characters like Ratchet and Clank and Jack and Daxter and the little thief, the raccoon thief. I cannot get his name. And then we pretty much, because of these size issues I just described, we turned into a Sony shop. And this is how we end up working on God of War home space and on Ratchet and Clank home space. So these home spaces are kind of a virtual environment for people playing the game on PlayStation at the time. So it's themed like the game and so on. So you need level designers and textures and so on. But then the players just go in there with their avatar and they can chat and virtually drink all these things. And then after that, our next and last two games were two games for PlayStation Vita, which is a portable little console, which was pretty reasonable. But I mean, it makes, knowing that you're on a portable console, you switch back 3 to 5 years in technology, obviously. So they were not really high-end graphics and so on, but they were playable. And this little portable actually can go on the network. Both of these games were multiplayer, and so on. And then one last thing, and then I switch back to Ghost. Nistic ended end of December 2012. So we started in 98. We lived until 2012. So that was still 14 years. And it ended nicely, as endings go. We had two contracts that were being discussed, but none of them was going to be done on time. Even if you get a handshake from some guy at a publisher, that still doesn't mean you have a contract, right? It needs to go through lawyers for weeks. It needs to be signed and so on. And the last thing we wanted to do is gamble on getting that signed with the vacation money of people, because we would have to sustain the company and keep paying for our offices and all that. So it ended nicely. We paid everyone every dime that was owed, or every employee, every dime that was owed. And we made an internal auction for all the computers, the desks, the servers, everything. And I'm still right now sitting at my desk that I had at Nistic. Although my wife might be, because of a matter of mirroring desks, I'm not sure which is which. So I bought two desks there, and which is great because I started my own company for a year after. And Nihilistic ended. We wrote each other recommendations, and that was the end. And I'll go back to Ghost for just a few. So I'm not sure how exactly we got into working on Ghost. Maybe it was because Rob had contacts there from the time he worked on Starcraft. I don't know. That's lost in my foggy brain. the origin story of the Ghost thing. But we do use Peter Chan still for concepts and so on. We actually changed offices because we know that for Ghost we're going to have to grow, and I think we grew to like 30 people or something like that to be able to do this thing. I wrote this down, and I just want to read this one thing. I wrote down Ghost features just to explain what happened with Ghost. So here's the list of features: running and gunning and sniping and climbing and crawling and sliding down wires and acrobatics and reverse sniping hanging down from a ledge or wire, and special vision modes and enemy weak points and stealth mechanics with a meter and solved visual measurements, and true stealth mode with a stealth cloak. And Metal Gear Solid style hiding in boxes, takedowns, dragging and hiding corpses, and cameras, and locks, and hacking minigames, and turrets you could control, and drivable vehicles, and cooldowns from ships in orbit. And I'm stopping there. There's 3 different races with various opponents that all have different abilities and so on. And the reason I'm saying that is that after 4 years of development, Ghost got cancelled. And if you wonder why, this is why. Also, the other reason is it was like the most insane feature creep you have ever seen, basically. And the other reason is Blizzard had too many founders and powerful people who were put in turn in charge of producing Ghost. Meaning, someday, for 6 months, you get Chris Miller to produce Ghost, and then the next 6 months, you get Chris Metzen to produce Ghost, right? And I'm not targeting Chris's, I just remember these two. And one of them has this idea about stealth, and this other this idea about not playing with your legs crossed around the ledge, and we need to add this to the game and add that to the game. And what the one said about the stealth, we need to have stealth with a stealth meter, and once you reach a certain level in the meter, the enemies are alerted. And then the next guy is, no, stealth is only with the cloak. We don't measure your move, your noise, or the fact that enemies see you. And it was the same like that for everything. And we went through 3 or something. People who had different opinions of how things should be done at Blizzard. And we had no choice. Either you please these people or you don't get paid for your master. So we spent a lot of work on that. But I want to say Ghost was a super blast. It was fun. And let me just show you a couple of things. It was fun to play. It was fun to play for fun, even though you were supposed to be working on it. So, oh my God, let me see what this is going to do. This is a trailer that was released. I can't remember. This is very, very either alpha or beta, more a bit in between or something. So I also apologize for the quality. This is, the times. This was a trailer that Blizzard cut. You can see here is the stealth meter, and you're going to see it change because some designer decided that's not the stealth meter they wanted. Well, see, hanging from ledges, we have walking on wires, we have climbing and sniping and call down from ship in orbit and cameras and special vision mode that you could see flash, for instance, there, and Zerg rushes and takedowns and, and so on. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to show this though. Ghost was hyper successful with everything until it got canceled. This was the booth that we had at the last E3. Do you make a booth like that for a game you're about to cancel? I just don't, understand there.
Well, LucasArts made a booth for Full Throttle 2 and they canceled that.
Yeah, I guess. At least just not sure.
So I guess it's just the company trying to.
They put your game on the cover, unreleased game on the cover of game magazines. You have to take that, but press is kind of liking it, right? So, yeah, I don't know. So, working on Ghost was great. It was a super fun game. But that's just the way it is in the games industry, right? It was also our first console game. This was for Xbox and PlayStation 3. Two other things that happened at Nihilistic, though, that are not on your list and are related to Disney is that while at Nihilistic, I lead 2 projects for Walt Disney Imagineering, where I work with ex-people from LucasArts. So this would be Impossible World Showcase Adventures.
And the Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom.
Correct. And in both of these cases, both of these cases, I work with Chris Purvis and Jonathan Ackley and Larry Ahern. And in the case of Impossible, I also work with John Blossom, who was the lead on DroidWorks. Both these are unique things at the time. Now, there was some stuff like Galactic Star Cruiser that was an enormous interactive game, obviously, at Imagineering. After that dwarfs this. But for the times, like having things in the park, playing a game inside the Disney park and having park elements react to you was something that, people in the guests that in the park really loved. And in the case of Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, which was a card game where you should card to for recognition, that game generated collectors. People would come in the park with full binders full of the Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom cards, and they would trade them and so on. And Jonathan had done that the right way. Not only were the cards used in playing Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, but he put stats on the cards, and you could use these cards as a Magic the Gathering light type of game. So even outside of the park, you could use the Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom cards to play another game. So these two things were happening at LucasArts with just my tools team. Except Sorcerers, it was my tools team, and some extra people we hired. These were not involving anyone else at Nihilistic. Well, yes, a little bit of production, some signatures and approvals from Rob, and all these things, right? But that was mostly a tools thing, and it was what we were using in tools like white databases and C# and Microsoft XNA and all these things. Both these attractions are now closed. There's still some DNA, an attraction called Pirates Adventure Treasures of the Seven Seas that still has code we wrote in 2007 in the backend, the database backend and all that. But the front end's got totally changed. Yep. And so, speaking of Chris Purvis, when Nihilistic closed, Chris Purvis gave me a phone call. It says, I heard about Nihilistic, come work for me. And of course, I want to think it's just because I'm this super programmer and so on, but also I was just leading the development of Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom, and it would just be able to bring in-house the guy who just led the development of Sorcerers, right? Which was a good gain. And that's all. However, he did not have a position. He says, you should come work with me, but I don't have a position, which is a weird way of doing things. And he asked me to open my own little company, and he said that he had many contracts that would be sort of in my area. And so I contracted for a year, although I had, like any other possible contractor, I had to bid on the projects and all that. It's not like he was, always passing me in front of other people or anything like that. So, and there were some interesting things that I did during that 1 year. And then in March of 2014, I became an Imagineer.
So as I said, in March 2014, you began working as an Imagineer software dev lead at Walt Disney Imagineering, and you're still there.
Yes.
Right?
I'm a senior at that time. I'm a lead now, right? So I got hired as a senior and got promoted after that.
So what can you share about your time there?
So the very beginning, I'm working immediately under Chris Purvis, and I'm working in such a way that's not very traditional at Imagineering. And when people use we use the word CapEx and OpEx for capital expenses and operating expenses. I was the guy who was on 100% OpEx. I was the cleaner in a bad movie. Basically anything that came and that Chris Purvis didn't have an immediate solution, it was tossing at me. So I didn't do anything in particular, but say one example of that is that he had to gauge a bit from a large bit, not just a normal little bit like I was doing myself as my single person company, a large bit for iOS development from one of the contractors. And he says, okay, here's their offer. So many days of work by so many people and so much cost and so on. Do you think it's realistic? I said, Chris, I had never, ever written an iPhone application in my life. I have no idea. No problem, he says. And 2 weeks later, I had a MacBook Pro and an iPad and an Apple developer account. And he said, learn. So that's the kind of thing. That's what I mean, full operating expenses. And this was, it was to judge something that was millions, right? And so he sent me $5,000 of material, and he has a developer who knows how to write in Swift write an iPhone application in Swift after that. It's not a loss. Who knows? But so that was one thing. And then another thing was that, hey, here's some description. So we have these ride vehicles and they carry RFID, and we have these readers. I want you to write something so we get the info of these RFID passing these readers. And from that, guess when the PhotoPass system should take a picture of the people in that vehicle. See, this is like totally random stuff like that. That one thing has nothing to do with the next thing, which is absolutely fabulous, right? You don't want to be doing the same thing the next day when you're a programmer, or you want to have varied work and so on. But then things went a little bit more structured, and he passed me all the current generation, I'm going to say, tools for animating figures in Motion Builder. Also, cabins like in Star Tour, or these sort of things where you animate a bunch of things over time, and that's all done with curves and keys in Motion Builder, or later it would be Maya. That's why I said current generation for the time, because now I work on the next generation or the current generation for this time. And so I take that over and I maintain that for a couple of years. But in parallel, the team I now work with is, developing all the stuff for the new generations, like the new figures you see in the news right now, like Hondo Onaka, or the shaman, the Avatar Shaman, or Rocket Raccoon in Mission Breakout, or the Frozen characters or something. And these are much better, more precise figures that, are able to do much better show. And that's what I do now. I work on tools for these. And these are, you have to say, it's animation in the same sense that they are joints that are being rotated or translated, or, just like in games, your character in a game is going to have a rotation for his elbow, and or figures in the part will have a rotation on their elbow. However, it's very different because our rotation is driven by physical things, right? Actuators that are real things. They can burn, you can overload them, you can do bad things. They have limits. When like in a game, you go, you twist your elbow like 50 degrees past its limit. Okay, you have a visual glitch and a C-bug. In here, you just broke like hundreds of thousands of dollar robots. So these are important, and that's the tools we are working on. As the show programmer, which in games would be an animator, right? Or more exactly, a cutscene animator, because we are making shows that are planned. And I mean that between parentheses, contrary to the little BD1 robots that you see now that are not planned. These are live and so on. We are working on live stuff, more like a cutscene in the game, where the other guys are more like gameplay in the game. And so our tools are showing instantly to the show programmer, oh, this movement you just made to this key, you're now above limit for the position, or the velocity, or the acceleration, or you're going to go, over the limit for the torque for a motor and so on. And we also let them export the data once they're happy with the animation to be played on the figure. And because that is a kind of slow way of working, we also have a streaming system where, as they are editing, we can send over the network data to the figure. So if the animator is like tweaking something in Maya, boom, the figure will go do the same thing, on the figure itself. So they can immediately see on the figure the results of them changing the last rotation or the last few seconds of animation and so on, and they can replay it in the figure, which is infinitely faster than export everything, go send that to the control system for the figure, wait patiently for 3 minutes if you're editing animation about 3 minutes, right? That the robot finally shows you what you just edited. So here you can just replay the last few seconds around the place you're editing, basically. And we work Imagineering compared to, you think in a game, there's a lot of disciplines, but it's nothing compared to Walt Disney Imagineering. We are like thousands of people. And I think the last count I've heard of the number of disciplines is 140. I might be mistaken about this number, right? It's not just about gameplay programmers and engine programmers and level designers and artists and sound guys. It's like we have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, people whose job is to sculpt rock work in the park, and some people whose job is to paint that with something that looks realistic. And we have people who design robots, blue sky conceptually, and then we have engineers who take that and turn them into an actual robot that's not going to crumble or burn or explode. And then we have people whose job it is to sew costumes for these figures and so on. It's huge. It's crazy. And I thought I would never say that. It's actually more fun than video games. So I guess this is a good way to summarize this. And I want to echo, hopefully we still have a couple of minutes for talking about the community, but I want to echo something that I think Eric Wilmunder said in one of his conversations with you, is that I feel amazingly lucky that I got to spend all my career with super smart and amazingly talented people around me. It's like, I cannot imagine having, to have an extremely boring job for 33 years. That's the current length of my career, at 33 years. I would have died if that had been totally boring. Do we still have time for talking a bit about the community?
Yeah, and I just want to say something about the community because, after nearly 3 decades, DFUSE and WinDFUSE are still discussed, and fans continue to revisit their source code. And Karyala from the DF21 Discord server mentioned that 1/3 of all maps uploaded to DF21 directly thank you in the README files, and over 50% specifically mention using DFUSE to make the map. So looking back, did you ever imagine that these tools would have such a long-lasting impact on the Dark Forces modding community?
I had no idea. I had nothing to compare it against at the time either. I mean, this entire thing pretty much started with Doom, right? And I'm not saying that no one wrote a mod for Ultima Underworld. Maybe someone did. I just don't know about it, which is kind of sad because Ultima Underworld 2 was one of my favorite games ever. And maybe someone wrote mods for that, but there was no way of knowing because, as I said, I had to put that on ftp.cdrom.com and the internet was non-existent. So maybe earlier games had modding and we never know about it. It was just a group of in real life friends that were modding some game. No, I never imagined that. I mean, I saw the Doom community explode, right? And I was part of it. I was making levels for Doom, but I never imagined that this tool that I was making would have this sort of success. Mainly because it wasn't multiplayer in Dark Forces. But still, I probably underestimated the Star Wars effect and the number of copies of the game that would be sold. First off, because it was good, but also because it was Star Wars. I had no point of comparison, so I cannot say I expected it to be successful. I cannot say I expected it that it would land me a job at LucasArts either. I just did that because I wanted to, to play with it and make a level myself too. Yep. And so community. How did that go? Real briefly, from what I know, what I discussed with Karyala and so on, in around 2020, he was really bored in COVID lockdown, like everyone else. And he was taking a look at the state of the Dark Forces community. That's what he told me, right? It's secondhand. And there was nothing alive anymore, really. But he tried to grab and amass all the levels that were, still findable and all that. And around May of 2020, Lucius TXL, the guy who's making the Force engine, posted his first blog about the Force engine, which is, a source code for Dark Forces and is actually working really well and lets you today, might as well plug it, play Dark Forces in high resolution with mouse looks and removing a lot of the optionally, removing a lot of the limitations of the original Dark Forces. You should see on DF21's Discord some of the levels screenshots that people are doing with the full knowledge that they are not limited by the Dark Forces limits. And these are spectacular, like easily on par with Jedi Knight levels and going further, I think. So basically, he talked with these guys, and he also contacted Princess Ruri and John, who own DF21. And he got in touch with all that, and they basically restarted the community. And I still have the emails who have this precise date. On May 23rd, 2001, Karyala contacted me, and he said that he wanted to revive WinDFUSE development and, expand and add a few things and modernize it. And he did a lot of work in there. You have to imagine, we lost touch that and me and then Code Alliance guys around 98. And now we were in 2021. Things had changed drastically. Just like Python, strings in Delphi became Unicode. So code that has data structure with string just didn't do what you expected anymore, and so on. So you had to go back and fix all these things and go through 20 years of API changes in Delphi. Thankfully, you can still get a new copy of Delphi today if you want to. And so all that got restarted. And then myself, that kind of got me interested in gathering stuff from then also. Also, one thing about Lucius and his Force engine, he's also planning on writing a brand new editor. And when that gets out, which is, I'm hearing pretty soon, it will be just about on time to be the 30th anniversary of DFUSE when his editor comes out, and DFUSE can finally, retire. So I showed these few documents from the times at LucasArts, like the storyboards and so on. I found these in a box that I hadn't opened in like 20 years. And it was in there with stuff that I just took off my desk at LucasArts when I left, and then sealed that box, put it in my garage, and then we went through moves and changed companies and all that. And then I decided it was also during COVID, I think. I went to look in there because I was stuck 3 months in lockdown at home. I mean, I'm always stuck at home because I've been working from home since 2013. But, I was stuck in lockdown, and we were furloughed at Disney during 3 months. So I literally had no real job to do for 3 months. It was not a bad time. It was the first time in a very, very, very long time that I had 3 months without a deadline of some sort of sub-task on something. It was not that great money-wise. It was great.
You missed the crunch time at LucasArts.
Yes, let's say that. So, because I found these few documents and the Indiana Jones, things that I got asked to review and so on, I started and I said, I want to get all that back. And I also at that time scanned all the, not scanned, but organized all the nihilistic pictures. We had a file server at Nihilistic where everyone was encouraged to put the pictures from nihilistic events on our company file server. And I took a full copy of that when Nihilistic ended. And so I spent also some time of the lockdown sorting through all these pictures and putting them on the Google photo that I share with all the team and so on. But the most important part is I started recontacting a whole lot of LucasArts colleagues. And because this is public, I'm not going to give their names, but many people, because there's still some specter of some, lawyer who's going to come to you and says, these documents are marked proprietary and confidential. You should not have them. So I'm not going to, name them, but I got a lot of stuff. Like a lot of people send me either things that they scan themselves, or in 2 cases, they literally send me a box full of documents that I scan and I return the documents to them. And yeah, that's how we have this huge collection. And in both DF21 and Massassi Temple, which is also a site that existed at the original time of Jedi, I posted most of these documents there. I skipped posting some stuff related to production times that I estimated to develop, cost of things and things like that. I did not want to make these sort of things public, but every design document or technical design document, so that's available there. And if you go to these communities, they are still available and they are posted in forums there. Two more things to plug. The storyboards for Jedi Knight that I briefly showed is available there, but a Massassi member called Nightcop took this storyboard and the cutscenes in Jedi Knight, and he made 2 huge YouTube videos where he totally plays every cutscene in Jedi Knight with the storyboard scene, from the actual storyboard at the bottom, so you can compare how it went from the design to the actual scene that was shot. If you're a super fan of Jedi Knight, I highly encourage looking at that, and you can see parts that were cut, and things change from the original design in Justin Chin's head to what Justin Chin filmed with his camera, and so on. And then the last one we sort of touched on already is the Laser Schwetz website, where he has an amazing collections of covers from LucasArts games that were cleaned up and made higher resolution properly with someone who knows how to upscale an image, which is not that common. And this is absolutely something. And my background on my own PC is one of these pieces. So
yeah, it's available at posters.mixandmojo.com.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's it, unless you have another question. I think we went through most of it. We should make another one with the Nistic games. It's a lot of
we should have another 6-hour conversation. We'll see where that takes us.
We are at 5 hours, actually. It's crazy.
Now, before we conclude this conversation, I have one final question. What are your plans for 2025, and how can people stay in touch with you and your work?
So, if you're interested in my work professionally, and I don't mean by that send me a job offer. I'm not looking for work. I love working at Imagineering, though I get job offers constantly. I actually get job offers from people who left Imagineering and went to do something else. That's not what I'm looking for, but I'm always happy to contact or to connect with people. I'm not a social network person. LinkedIn, however, serious social network. So that's something I do. Send me something on Facebook and I might answer in 20 years because I never go. The only reason for me to go to Facebook is that's where the LucasArts alumni group and the Nistic alumni group are. So these are the only reasons I go to Facebook. And if you want to chat at me, you can just go to either DF21 Discord or Massassi Discord, and my handle there is called King. This is an alias that I made when I helped Alex on Jed, because I made a level that was the main test level for Jed. This level is called Frag Factory, and then I wanted to release that level. This is I cannot really release that with either my name in my personal home address or, my LucasArts email. So David Lovejoy very nicely made me a king@darkjedi.com email. And so I kept this alias because that's how Jedi Knights and Dark Forces community know me. So you want to tell me something? Just send me, something on Discord on one of these two sites.
And what are your plans for 2025?
In a general way, with a work way, in a general way, I pretty much continue doing the same. playing games, hoping to stay, hoping to stay healthy, and playing games and maybe go visit a few cool places. And, that's pretty much it. And keep working. I'm getting into the last line to retirement, but I'm not there yet. I hope there's still some cool years to be had at Imagineering because it's really fun. Also kind of hoping that the AI doesn't take my job in 3 years, which is not necessarily a guarantee these days. So we'll see. There needs someone to program AI at some point. So
in 3 years, AI will have the next 6-hour conversation with you on this channel.
The thing is, here's one that I discovered a couple of weeks back. If you want to have a good laugh, ask ChatGPT, whichever version, including 4.0, how many R's there are in strawberry.
Yeah.
So
I checked that the other day.
Yes.
I asked ChatGPT how many R's are there in strawberry, and he said 2. And then I asked him for the logic he used in order to reach that answer. And then I just told ChatGPT there are 3 R's. And he just said, okay, you're right.
They always say that at the end, like, yeah, you're right, that was wrong. Thank you. You're a human, I'm some AI. You're right. Yeah, I know. So, and this is not to like denigrate too much. I love playing with them. It's like one of my favorite things to do with AI is like generate me an episode of the synopsis for an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. And you can like generate like, as many as you want, and they're all slightly different and so on, but include all the elements and so.
Well, Yves, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join me for this extremely lengthy conversation. It's been truly wonderful talking to you today.
It was great. Thank you for having me. It's always fun to reminisce about all these old things.